Good evening. Alrighty. We are live with episode 31 of the Pathfinders podcast. And Nazarus already found the changes that I've made to my Twitch.
It didn't show up on stream though.
I just changed those, and so I don't know if they're working yet. I'm not
Oh, okay.
sure.
That's fine.
I have to figure out and
Yeah,
test
so
it out.
Yeah, for every place you want that to show up on stream, you have to have the widget in OBS. So
Okay.
Nice.
So I have to have the widget for the channel points
Sound alerts?
ones?
The sound alert, yeah, the sound alert ones.
Okay.
Not
even if
for
it's
like
for channel points, because like the bits ones, I have that in the other ones, but not set up. I didn't realize that I had to have the alert the sound alerts set up in every
scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize those were. Well, I guess it's
That tripped me up as well.
Sense.
So
gotcha.
Should probably do our intro
next time. Sorry, got distracted. You tell you what, you'll get a refund in crayon credits. All right, so this is the Pathfinders podcast, episode 31. I am Tree0311 here with my partner in crime.
Everyone, I am Nazeris. I am Nazeris. That's fine.
I is Nazeris, and we are the Pathfinders, and we are charting the way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen and its development. Speaking of the word nebulous, I got a couple of weeks ago, I got Jared to say nebulous inadvertently on Twitter. And I noticed it afterwards. I was like, wait a minute, he said nebulous. Does he watch Pathfinders? Does he know my word?
Hasn't he been here once? I know one of the devs were in here once.
I know we've gotten Jaden in here. He's not really a dev. He works for CIG, but he's a good.
No, we got dev in here once. I swear we did.
But yeah, we were talking about. It was when I sorry, sounds are coming through because I just plugged in my phone. I was Space Tomato had put out a thing after they shut off the 600i rework, and he's like, "Hey, can we get the same thing for the Polaris?" And I retweeted it, and I said, "Yeah, the rework for the Polaris, apparently was done before IAA around IAA last year because they talked about it." And Jared was like, the rework was done. What rework? I was like, the reconcept, the interior reconcept. And he's like, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. He's like, yeah, rework is this, reconcept is this. Generally this is what these things mean. He's like, it's kind of nebulous. And I was like, oh, okay, sweet. Thanks for the heads up. Words matter. And he's like, that's what I was going for. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute, he said nebulous. And so I drank something, after rereading it.
Great.
But yeah. Before we get started, if you are hanging out with us live in chat, thank you for joining us. I apologize that my sound alerts don't work yet. I didn't realize that I had to put the sound alert widget thing in every scene. So they're in my standard scene collection for when it's just me flying solo, but I haven't done it for this yet. But I have those ones, and if you scroll down while looking at the page, you'll see that there's a different thing for bits. And so if for any reason you have bits, when the sound alerts
widget you have all the nice quotes there.
I went through YouTube and found a bunch of cool, quotes, things from sci-fi, things from nerddom, things sort of semi-related to, playing Star Citizen, what have you, and I uploaded a crap ton of them. So the Twitch will only let me have 5 for channel points. So I was upset about that. So I had to pick the ones that I have. But I have a whole lot more.
You need to have no power in the verse can stop me in one of them from Firefly.
Yes, I do need to add that one. And if you have any other suggestions of what you would like me to add, please let me know either in the chat or drop me a note in my Discord, because I'm happy to add those things. I've added a whole bunch of subscriber badges. I am adding little.
Looks like he's a real streamer.
Yeah, I'm adding themed emojis. Yep, can't stop the signal, and a few other fun things. Yeah, like my favorite is Buzz Lightyear. My ship. And I just okay. Every time my Valkyrie is getting shot to pieces, I need somebody in chat to play that for me. Because I also have the one. I think I added it. It's Captain Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Mhm.
Stop blowing holes in my ship. So yeah, we'll have fun with it. And of course, my channel points are crayons, because that's who I am. That's what I do. But yeah, we have a oh, one last thing before
You-
we get started. If you are listening live and in chat, if you can do an audio check for us, make sure that we are coming through loud and clear, that we are somewhat equal, and if you can let me know if our lips are synced up with our word sounds coming out of our mouths. That way, it looks and sounds good when it goes onto the YouTubes later.
uh,
A couple
your entire
quick
channel is just
updates.
like a swirling pool of in jokes.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I do. 5x5, Captain Sean Solo. Thanks for joining us this evening. I think I saw you gave me a sub on YouTube as well. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I am 2 subs away from the 100 sub goal on YouTube, so that
Woo!
way I can have my custom URL instead of just the @Trio311. So that's good. We reached our first subscriber goal here on Twitch, got to 10 subs. So we are well on our way to the $50 initial payout of monetization. Just a reminder for everyone listening to this now, listening to this later, everything that we do on my Twitch and my YouTube goes towards charity, all monetization. So when Twitch does, will pay out at a minimum $50. So when I reach that
Changed
$50,
like last month.
yeah, yeah. So once I reach that $50, and I'm thinking we'll probably get there. I don't think we'll get there before the end of the year, but hopefully before the end of January. Once that payout comes out, I'm going to match that $50, and we're going to donate it all to StackUp.org. If you want to donate directly to StackUp.org, you can do that directly via Twitch right now. But just know that all the ads that you watch, any subs that you have for yourself or you gift to someone else, all that stuff goes to StackUp.org. Twitch takes their cut, but if you hate commercials that much, you can do that, and I will take that money from Twitch and give it to StackUp. So that's the gist of it. We are going to start off this evening with the Roadmap Roundup. Nazeris, do you have it up ready? I need to.
On one of these tabs, I do.
I'm going to pull it up on our.
Yes.
On my screen, and then switch us over to our presentation mode.
I cannot wait to do the stupid upgrade. That's gonna have to wait till like the middle of January or longer. Basically until the 70 series on both ends come out. Till the 70 series, the 4070, and whatever AMD's version of the 4070 is. I need to wait till then to see which one I'm gonna get, whether it's current 40 series gen or current last gen. And then
Are you
I'll
going to stick
add
with NVIDIA, or are you going to jump ship to AMD?
whichever is the best performance at $600 to $700.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for the 70 series and whatever AMD's version is to see if I want to go the 30 and whatever current AMD is, or the next gen that's incoming.
Okay.
Yep. So I just gotta wait. I know the AMD ones will be actually releasing in December, so that's fun. But I'll be adding on 2 more screens when I do that.
Okay.
So,
Wait, how many? You're adding 2 more screens. Do you have? How many do you have right now? 1, 2.
2.
You're gonna have 4.
Yes.
Damn. Okay.
So my current mod is going up on the wall, and it's going to be my content consumption screen or inspiration reference screen. And I'm going to have my communication screens on the sides. I'm going to have my main giant monitor that's going to be like the pretty thing. So everything else is going to stay 1080. You got a 4K monitor, HDR10, something other than something over 100 hertz, something mix something rather, all the buzzwords. It's looking like it's not going to be a QD OLED. It's only going to be OLED, but it's okay. It's fine. Anyway, yes, I can't wait because I'm just lacking screens. Like I don't know in chat if you guys understand how many windows we have open right now.
Yeah, it's a
I
lot to
have
manage.
177 tabs open, and like more than half of those are Star Citizen tabs. About maybe 10 to 20% of those are for today's show.
Whew.
It's fun, super fun. Plus the OneNote, plus Discord. I really want to see Odyssey Arc. Oh wait, oh
that?
no, no you don't. No you do. No, no you don't. No you don't. No one actually wants the Arc. It was a joke. I'm convinced the Arc was a joke. No, you can't. It is
I don't know
so
what that is.
large. It's. I forget the size of it. I'm sure Sean knows. Sean, what's the size of the screen? It's a curved screen, but like twice the size of any curved screen you know of. It is so unwieldy. It is just comical.
Nazareth, do you have your mic turned up on your computer?
I can turn it down or up.
Well, you're coming through kind of tinny, so it feels like you're amped on your side.
Oh, did Windows touch it again?
I'm trying to get you equaled out with me, but I don't want to have you turned up and then degrade your audio quality.
Yeah. So basically a G9 stacked on top. No, but it's bigger, isn't it? Enter the Matrix. No. Nobody wants that. Oh, there we go. That there. And do that there. How is that?
That is better, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
Windows decided to jack the audio straight to 100.
Oh.
You keep Windows audio at 80 and then use your DAC properly.
Yep. Alrighty.
Anyway, to stop being distracted, we should probably actually read the intro of the Roadmap Roundup.
Yep. Let me get us transferred over. Give me 1 second. And 3, 2, 1. All right.
Officially
here we are.
All right. As we are to do, I do like reading the intro paragraph that CIG has written when we do read from any article that CIG has posted. So for the Roadmap Roundup, we read the intro article, much like we do with the monthly reports. So it says, "Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the Roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful to all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and get into this week's Roadmap Roundup of the CIG community team, which they have openings for. The community team actually is looking for a two bilingual people. One is English, Chinese, and one is English, French. Yes, French. Yes. So if you have those skills that can speak Chinese and English, or French and English, they want your number. I'm learning Japanese, so I can't help at all. I wonder I should look into the Japanese Star Citizen community. There's gotta be one. I should get over there. All right. Notable changes for November 23rd, 2022. Year's almost over. I'm so happy. I've never been so happy to see a year ago. I don't know why I've just started to disdain this year. I'm just done. I'm so done. Anyway, release view. The following cards have been added to the release view. I don't know how much you want to go back and forth. You want me to just read through the whole thing? It's pretty short. It is pretty short. Basically,
this roadmap is pretty brief, and then the Shinytracker didn't have much, just because we are past the whole meetings and
yep. We're past the meetings and before an update, so nothing's happening.
Yep. Nothing on the progress tracker end for the most part. Other than a few things here and there.
Right. Everything that has been worked on is being worked on. That's what we're at. Anyway, 3. The Drake Cutter. Building, implementing, and balancing the Drake interplanetary starter ship, the Cutter, as a game-ready vehicle. This is a straight flyable ship that we got at IAE. Also, the Anvil C8R, which confused the heck out of me when I saw the name. Just because C8X, so I didn't understand how they were doing the thing. Anyway. The Pisces, building, implementing, and balancing Anvil Aerospace's ambient. I can't. Anyway, the C8R Pisces as an game ready vehicle. I can't even sentence anyway. So those two things were added to progress tracker that are already done. Done. Get it out of here. All right, the following cards have passed their final review, so this is stuff that already was on there, is now blue. We are changing their status to committed, aka Twitter blue. I mean blue. So salvage hull scraping, or hull stripping, same difference. The first implementation of salvage into the persistent universe, which includes both hull stripping as well as repair. This will include both performing hull stripping and repair by hand, as well as hull stripping using systems aboard the Drake Vulture and Aegis Reclaimer. With that, the addition of the next one, the Grey Cat Multi-Tool Salvage Attachment. Creating the multi-tool salvage attachment includes includes asset creation, animation, and balancing. So those two things were committed. So salvage is, for all intents and purposes, done. The first one is completely done. We will not see salvage tier 0 or salvage tier 1 or 2 on the progress tracker because they have said they are not doing that tiering system anymore. We will see features. So we have hole munching. That is part of what would have been called salvage tier 1. So we would have gone salvage tier 0 with 318. That was changed to hole stripping. So instead of having tiers, we'll have features that are generally the biggest thing in that. And then supporting development will go on into some package that will then be handed as if it were a tiered system. But they're no longer doing named tiers. So in case anyone's worried about tier or the whole salvage gameplay not being worked on after stripping, they are working on it. It's just not called tier 1 or 2.
Yeah, just too difficult to track. Hole munching is already on the progress tracker.
Yeah,
they've already started
is it
working
being
on it.
worked on? Yeah. Cool. Salvage. Salvage tool, multi-tool, salvage, yes. Yeah, salvage 2.0 technically ended beginning of November. And then we also got... Okay, so that was called... So hull stripping was tier 0. They did not put on salvage hull stripping. That was just tier 0 inside. So on the release view, we saw it change to hull stripping. But going forward, we have salvage vehicle munching, which is going to be so nice. I can't wait to see something be eaten. And I really hope it's not me. All right, so I guess we move on to... So you want to take the changes on the shiny tracker? Since I kind of did the entire...
I'm gonna pull it back up. And... Oh, nope. Wrong thing. There we go. All right.
At least the emotes work. Why is there a green dot there, though?
Dot where?
On the crayon box. At the top
crayon box?
right.
I will have to look at that. I downloaded that off the internet, so I think that says something. I just don't know what it is. But I resized it to make it fit in. He's small.
He's small, yes. There's a little smudge on the top of it.
Let's see. There we go.
I mean, you should do some more medical stuff. You need like med pen or something.
Yeah, I do. Oh, that's a good idea. Look at you with the good ideas and stuff.
I have been accused of such things.
What are you thinking with your good ideas and making sense and...
Yeah. Man, I was so close to actually having a video done today. Until OBS decided it was going to record half the work I did.
Sorry, I'm just resizing things on my other monitor.
Yeah,
so
that's
see what I'm doing.
I'll just keep them.
Okay, so the Shiny Tracker progress or Delta report. Not a whole lot.
Whatever the heck it's called.
Yeah, what are the names? So the way and apparently this is just the way it reads on the back end now. But whenever they in order to prevent people from data mining information from the progress tracker publishes and seeing things that are unannounced that they're not supposed to see, they literally label them as unannounced. There's no background naming information, and then when they make it announced, they literally remove the old one and then replace it with the new one that's named. So they remove the two unannounced vehicles that were in production and put them back up there. All the same information, just adding the name and the description for the Anvil C8R Pisces and the Drake Cutter, which I got both of because I love them.
I tried the Cutter out, but I have a Nomad, and I've been daily driving the Nomad, and the difference
it's only for my 0 to hero ship. It's only for my 0 to hero account.
It's a great one. Just I would jump straight from that to a Nomad, and then from Nomad to a MSR, from an MSR into whatever Carrack size ship there is. Like if the Galaxy is out, or the Odyssey is out, or the Carrack's out, one of those ships will be after MSR. But like the only thing I the only thing I didn't like about the Cutter is the amount of better steering on the Nomad. The Nomad has way faster rotation.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. It does. It makes sense looking at it. It makes sense driving it. It totally makes sense. And I love the little Cutter. I love him so much. He's a little bumblebee.
I love the interior. It's so very functional. It has a lot of great greebling. The ship has a lot of visual character.
Mm-hmm. The Corsair I was much less impressed with.
The only gripe I had, and I'm just repeating what I said on Captain's Table. Oh, I was on Captain's Table last Saturday. Unfortunately, Nazeris had to work, and he couldn't join me, but I was on with Astral Gemini and Paul. We wore Hawaiian shirts. It was fun. But so if you haven't watched the Captain's Table from last Saturday, it is up on Paul's YouTube, the AstroPub YouTube, both parts. So that was a ton of fun. But so you go into the living quarters of the Cutter, and then you take a left to go into the little alcove, to then take a right into the door to the bathroom. Why not just rotate the bathroom so it faces the living quarters, and that way you just turn left into the door? And then you could have put armor storage in that little alcove, and that ship could have had suit storage. And that would make it the perfect starter. And it's like, it's weak in combat. Not very agile.
I mean, that does give
all the, it would have all the functionality.
Yeah, that does give someone like someone who doesn't have a starter or doesn't have very big starters room. Like that, I think Origin could do something like that, even though they have like all the starters. Aegis could do that. A new RSI starter could do that. Yeah, I think it gives the Cutter some something wrong with it. I think if they made it too good, kind of like the Carrack now. Like if you have 5 people, there's nothing else to use unless you want to go to the 890. If you don't want a gun platform, you do the Carrack. Like there's nothing else worth it at the moment. So it's kind of the best ship right now for starters.
Yep.
Not kind of. It is the best starter. It just is.
The actual starter, not the like next year starter. The in comparison to the Mustang and the Aurora. Mustang.
They released the Galaxy
Cutter,
or
100i.
The 100i is like it's barely a starter.
Yeah, it's barely above snub, and that's the thing is it's not a level playing field. It's got waves.
Yeah, like it goes like 100i Aurora. I think, I'd put the Mustang like as far as capability because the Mustang actually has an interior, and then Cutter.
The beta, right?
Yeah,
I always get the names.
The Cutter has everything the previous stack has. It has cargo. It has like cargo enough to fit a small vehicle. It has a whole room of living space. It has a VTOL. It just has so much. So it's a really good ship. Yep. Like, I will imagine like this being one of the most popular ships in the verse. Like they say, there's like all rec yards are full of Auroras because they're like the most popular ship because they're so cheap. I think this is going to challenge that, even though this is a newer model. I think that will challenge the Aurora easily because it's Drake, so it's not going to be more expensive, much more expensive than Aurora. I'm talking about in lore, so yeah, that's going to definitely challenge the Aurora.
Yep.
I hope RSI responds with a Aurora Plus.
And there was nothing else of note in the Delta report. All there was just adding more work to the chapters for Squadron 42. And
Did
I
any
didn't
not
dig.
get more work?
Well, so chapter 1, not 2 and 3, not 6.
Okay, hold on. Let me follow you on deliverables. Okay. So you said what one got updated?
What we'll go for the ones that didn't. Chapter 2 and 3. Chapter 6.
Okay. 3 finishes up work at the end of the month.
Yeah. I mean, they could get more work added. That's the thing.
A little while later. I'm just saying the current bars. The current bars end in November.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking that they're just basically, everything is continuing to get work. There's a handful that are on a little bit different cadence because of what they are, depending, or what teams, or they are not working on them because they have prerequisite things, required elsewhere. But
they could definitely come back, end of next year and say, oh, we need to touch up this. And the bar just kind of jumps all the way from where it's been over to the new spot. Yep. And it will look like post that as if they've been working on it the whole time. This is why the feature in Shiny Tracker where you can click on the things, not in the Delta report, but in the other one. Scheduled deliverables? Yeah. In scheduled deliverables. And you can click on the things, they will tell you, hey, they're not actually working. They're intermittently working. So, but when they do work on them, it's full time.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna close these two, and then, unless you have anything else to add, that's it for the Roadmap Roundup and the Delta Shiny Tracker Delta report. We are still trying to work with Shiny Hobo's schedule to get him on the show. Yeah, and ours. Yeah. So far, it's going to happen eventually. It just hasn't happened yet. So stay tuned. We'll keep you updated of when we're going to get the architect of the Delta report up there.
15 and I'm going to go ahead to work on a chapter.
Yeah, a lot of work. Some of them. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's so the Squadron 42 chapter work is so nebulous. Because it doesn't necessarily correlate. It often doesn't correlate at all with what's written in the monthly reports.
Right. Like it because it's not. There's no features mentioned. There's no projects mentioned. They've distilled it down. Like we see some features, but they've distilled the entire game down into their 28 chapters to where you can't make heads or tails of what they're actually working on unless it's a called out feature.
Yep.
So it's one, good on them for like finding a good balance on that one. But but anyway, I think the 15 teams are every team that would need to work on a chapter. So chapter 1 being the first chapter, one of the things they want in their new vertical slice. I think 15 teams would be that like every team has done their work on it. And I'm only seeing one other that's only at 14, and that's chapter 12. And that work goes to December so far. But that's gonna get way longer when we get to the reschedule in January.
Mm-hmm. Well, on each one of these, like for the most part, most of these are done in 1 quarter increments.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they have stuff from teams that are, occasionally they have stuff that is upstream and would go out longer. They usually only update the entire chapters in 1 quarter at a time. Yeah.
It's like seeing
But
so many bars.
mhm.
Makes me happy.
Let's go ahead and we will move on to our SITREP.
Dun, 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 dun,
And
dun.
if you have not been here with us for one of our SITREPs, it's where SITREP stands for Situation Report. It's just where you're giving an update on the status of something. It's a military term, that basically has become ubiquitous. We haven't, and it's kind of a misnomer to call this a SITREP because we haven't really done, dedicated, content sorry, not content, concept vehicle status reports. But because we're doing an update on every concept vehicle, we're just going to call it a situation report in regards to each one of them. So along with that, and I'm going to pull up the Reddit first, and then we'll pull up the image. So you have probably seen, wait for it, this image right here before. And
Especially recently.
Yeah, it gets the person who
It
does
doesn't have a
this
whole numbers.
on Reddit is called Ludwig Luton, LudwigLouton, and so I follow them so that way I can see these updates. And usually they update it about once a quarter, and so I just downloaded this newest one, and it has a list of all the ships, and the ones where you have a thumbnail icon are the unreleased ships. And
no, there's more charts. Like don't worry, Blizzard. We have more charts.
We have an endless supply of charts. But all these ones are released. And so what we're going to do, Nazeris and I have painstakingly gone through numerous sources from CIG in order to get you as much of a status update as possible on each one of these ships. And we're doing this because there's been a big hubbub in the community about the backlog of concept vehicles within CIG. Particularly the fact that a goodly number of these are very large. And we're going to talk more about that when we get to the Spectrum Pulse this evening. But first, we're going to go ahead and go through each one of these vehicles, and some of them we've got lumped together just for the sake of brevity, but we'll provide a little bit of context as we go through there. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. But if you are interested in keeping abreast of this, chart or finding it for yourself, Ludwig, Ludwig, Luton, Louton on Reddit. That's where you will find this. So I will, and the link to this, to his Reddit, is going to be in the show notes.
I wonder if he means that for this image to be salt ammo, because it's a very well done image. It's a very well done chart.
It is.
I wonder if he means for this to be like, hey, CIG, look at the time. I don't know.
Oh, look at the time.
But it's very well done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the first salty chart I've seen.
The big context for this is up here at the top, and it's drawn by the year when they were mentioned, not concept sale year, hull or configuration variants included. So some of these, when we go through them, you're like, wait a minute, that wasn't concepted then. Most of them are pretty much in order with when they were concepted, but there's a few that are a little bit out of whack. Like the Misk Expanse is the big one that I noted. I was like, wait a minute, that wasn't from 2019. It just came out.
2012.
Yeah. But we're gonna go through
if he didn't put the Idris M up there, 2012 would be at 100%.
Yep. And in reality, it is, but or at least close enough.
No, they said it wasn't completely done last time they talked on it, but it was
good enough for government work.
Yes.
The production of the ship is done. They have to do resource management. That's a thing. Blah blah blah. But a lot of the
didn't
sources
they say
that we're going to go through are things from monthly reports.
Oh no, the Javelin. The one they said the Javelin wasn't completely interior complete.
The
That's the time we.
Javelin, I couldn't
That's the time
find
we.
anything that says that the Javelin is not interior complete.
What was it? Last either this Invictus or last Invictus, they said there are still some rooms that they need to do.
That would have been
Um,
the previous one. But if you go through, like if
oh,
you go,
goodbye,
you can go
phone.
back and watch the video where people were clipping through the walls. It's all there. The only thing is they had work to do on the function in some of the rooms, but otherwise
Hmm.
production wise, the ship is pretty much done. And like,
Okay.
and that's the big thing is like people are like, oh, we don't know how far along it is, and it's like, well, we know that pretty much it is as far as the players care about, as far as like getting it into the hands of players and into the PU, the bulk of the work is the actual production of the ship, building it in engine and making it function. And that is, like for things like the Javelin, 90+% done, probably 95%, or greater done. Um, yeah, let's get into it. So Nazarus and I are going through this list, and you can follow along if you have downloaded the image, or you can just look at the one on the screen. But we're going to start at the Idris M, and we're going to go back and forth, working our way down here. And what we've done is I lumped the Idris MPK because the K is just a refit of hard points. Essentially,
Isn't
it's not a
the isn't the P just it deteethed? Like literally just
yeah.
take off the guns?
The P is the M demilitarized, and so it doesn't have the spine mount and the rail, the spine mount and the rail cannon on the nose of it, and then it also it does not have the torpedo launcher, um, which the K gets back in the form of a missile launcher instead of a torpedo launcher,
Hmm.
and the K. If I remember correctly, the K and the P don't have I forget what size that nose turret is. There's a big turret on the nose of the Idris M, a big anti-ship turret, and I want to say it's dual size sevens. I want to say it's dual size sevens. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up again. It's
Where's
pretty
the K
sizable.
on this list?
The K is not because it's not an actual variant. It's just it's like an upgrade kit.
Hmm.
It really just upgrades your hard points, or in the case of the laser, adds the hard point back there.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, the Idris M, um, and I'm gonna pull up the deliverable on the progress tracker
Yay.
because something of note that's very important is the deliverable on the progress tracker crafted by Idris Dynamics. The Idris is the standard frigate used by the United Emperor of Earth Navy, Squadron 42. I'm assuming they're just talking about the Idris M in this. Um, but this is,
And only as far as it goes for
yeah,
squadron needs.
yeah. And this is basically 8 months of work by multiple artists from the Squadron 42 art team. But it starts back here at the end of February, beginning of March of 2021. Well, the progress tracker didn't start until January of 2021. We don't know at all how much work was going on in here back, before the advent of the progress tracker. We just know that this, basically picked up here. It could have had a break in the sprint and then picked it back up and continued on the way all the way to here. But as far as the progress tracker goes, has not received any other work on here. And I went back through all the monthly reports, Squadron 42 and the Squadron 42 monthly reports, and I didn't find anything in the monthly reports suggesting that additional work was being done to build the ship.
No, the interest enemy is almost definitely like
Yeah,
with chapter
January.
1 being so far along, and with
Mm-hmm.
us hearing about this vertical slice thing constantly in the Squadron monthly reports, the big centerpiece to all of Squadron Episode 1 is that Idris.
Yep.
It needs to be 99, if not 100% complete. Probably 99. It probably will get
Yeah.
some updates as we get to Gold in the next 2
Well, and
years. Which
for
the more I
context,
hear, yeah,
what they have been doing, the only mentions in the last 2 years was narrative from January 2021, where they were working on game modes, um, or from training and game modes within the target range, the shooting range. That's what they're working on.
Yeah.
And then in September of 2022, AI content um, added added the new medical behaviors that were mentioned in the monthly reports to the Idris, and they're working in the Idris's med bay. And then level design was doing shift assignments. So basically, where on the Idris people were assigned based off of their role
Features.
on the ship.
Yeah.
That's all that's been worked on with the Idris. That's the only mention in Squadron 42. It's an
Yeah.
announced ship. If they were still building it, they'd be talking about it. It's,
Well,
for all intents and purposes, the Idris M, and by extension, the overwhelming majority of the P and the K are done.
yes.
So
to the credit of our chart, it says unreleased, not concept ships. So to his credit. But the more I hear about Squadron, the more I feel we're finally actually in the 2 years. If we don't see, like, I think the big thing next year is kicking off the marketing for Squadron. I really think that's going to happen. If it doesn't, I'm just being optimistic. I am notoriously optimistic. I got server meshing wrong by a year, so everything is a grain of salt. That's assuming it comes out Q2 next year. I'll be off by a year. So don't take anything I say as gospel, ever. But yes, Idris will come out. I think on one hand, it'd be smart for them to just bulk release every Squadron ship. On the other hand, maybe an update or two later, a quarter or two later, after people have had a chance to play the game. And to the Idris has blown me up. That's a husk that blew you up. That looks like an Idris. It's not an Idris. For our chart and for sake of conversation, it's playable ships is what we're talking about. The players being able to drive it, to go through the corridors, to use the ship, not clip through it and be able to pilot it with AI turrets because it's a husk. It's not an Idris.
Yeah.
I
own an Idris P with a K upgrade, so when I'm able to pull it from the hangar and fly it out into space and shoot Blizzrad with my laser, that is when it will count.
Yep.
Blizzrad
Moving on to everyone's favorite punching bag. At least it's my favorite punching bag.
Oof. Oh, by the way, as we're going through these things, if we read something or we mention something, like I talked about things in the monthly reports, I showed you the link to the deliverable for the Idris. All of these links, as well as a whole bunch of images and stuff, things in, time-stamped things for YouTube videos where we found them talking about this, in recent history. Everything is in our show notes. So if you're watching this video later and you're like, okay, where did they find this information? The show notes are in the description. You can open up, it'll be a Google Doc. You can open it up and you can go to that time-stamped YouTube video. You can go to that source that we're referring back to.
That's what you can do too. Here's the thought that you might want to do. Make a channel on Discord to where you archive all the show notes.
That's a brilliant idea.
So coming to a Discord near you.
Yeah. We're going to add that to the backlog of things for Tree to do.
Nice. Okay, so everyone's favorite punching bag, the Merchant Man. I almost screwed that up, and I'll just use it as the Music Man thing from Matt Pat. Anyway, so in a recent, I forget what the title of the thing was called. It was called Star Citizen Live IAE 2952 Ship Talk or Super Talk. There we go. 11 days ago, as of recording or live streaming this podcast, it was a roundtable with basically a representation of everyone who touches a ship ever.
Yeah, the very
So,
ship related teams,
yes,
concept art, vehicle
all the way
content, vehicle
through
features.
release. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, John Crew, vehicle director, took this one. And what he said is they are at an inflection point. Do they get together the team that needs to finish the Merchantman? Now it's most of the way. They know what they're doing. They just need to get all the talent together and dedicate them for 6 months to a year. Or do they take that same amount of people and work on 5 ships? Or something else. He said something else. Something more relevant to the gameplay. That is where they're at. That is all he said. He didn't say whether they're doing one or the other, but they are at that point where they need to decide. Because the website did change the definition on their site to in production to in concept, maybe it was a bug, but it seems like they did move towards shelving it and coming back to it and working on something else currently. We don't know. Nothing's been actually said, but last week actually have official news is they needed to make the decision whether to get the team together to actually finish the ship or to shelve it and wait for a better time for the merchantman to come in. Maybe, when we have actual Banu in the game. I'm just done hearing about the Banu. I want to blow up some Banu merchantmans just because I'm so tired of hearing it. I'm so tired of people who just love the ship so much. I just want it to end. I want it to end. So that's where we're at with the merchantman. Now, tell me where my hull C is. Tree.
I've got you. I'm just adding one more thing that I forgot to put in there. Okay, there we go. All right, so we are with the hull C. Let me slide that
B, C, D, and E.
Yeah, so this is one of the ones where I lumped it in because, and we're going to talk about this because it was mentioned in the pipeline. We'll talk about this in the Spectrum Pulse, but what CIG has said multiple times is that after the more ships they build from a manufacturer, especially the more ships that are visually similar, that share a lot of the same style guide, they're able to reuse those reuse assets, and the more assets they have, the quicker they can build a ship. They've said it multiple times.
If they put the Banu team on the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the Kraken privateer. We just have the Kraken one first.
It would be a disaster.
Do it! I want to see the firestorm that ensues.
Yeah.
Oh my.
But so the reason I included hull B, C, D, and E. So we've got the hull C back here in 2013, first mentioned or whatever it is. Then there's hull B, D, and E in 2015.
Wait, where was the A mentioned?
The A is released.
Oh, right. This is only. Well, no, it should show up in the thing.
It's one of these small ones, but I can't read those.
It is 2015.
Okay. Yeah.
So along with B, D, and E.
Yeah. So in the September monthly report, the hull C polish pass, it says the hull C polish pass was concluded with all major bugs and improvements completed. So, and then in that same Star Citizen Live we just had the other week, the all vehicle, whatever it's called, he said that there's essentially nothing major left with the hull C. They're with tech art, and there's just a few things that they have to do with tech art as far as with the functional aspects of the hull C in order to make sure that it works essentially so that when it expands and contracts both the tube and then the arms, that they all work correctly and it looks good while it's doing it. And so once the tech art gets that done, they'll do a little bit of additional final art with just mostly lighting to make sure that it didn't mess anything up with tech art doing that. The thing that's holding back the hull C is the state of the economy. So I'm going to read this word for word from that Star Citizen Live. With the hull C, it's a big external kind of thing is the economy. Yeah, and basically it's like you can't just dump it out there and then without all this other work being done for the economy being done with the cargo factor and all this stuff that has to feed into it. So I know there are a lot of conversations going on right now to make sure that when it does drop, it doesn't just destroy the economy. So a lot of people, myself included, were thinking, hoping that we would be getting more with the quantum economy as part of 318. I don't think that's going to happen now. We know that, but that being said, we know that Tony Z was pushing really hard to get something into
I don't
318,
know. Like the way that reads to me is the cargo factor and everything attached to it.
including the
That's how it
economy.
reads to me. Yeah.
He says it, yeah, multiple times. So but this
So
is
like the way that reads, since the cargo factor's in 18, that's how it reads to me is the economy that he's talking about is in 18.
I mean, that's the thing. He could be being cagey about it, and
Mm-hmm.
it could be something that isn't on the release view, and they won't tell us until it releases and it drops.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it hasn't been mentioned in Evo, I'm like, we'll see.
Oh, that's true. It's
Um,
been in Evo for like 3 months, right? Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah. So, but if it doesn't make it into 318, that's probably something that'll make it into 319. And if
Blizzard,
the
if you try and play a whole sea right now in the game, you log off. You Alt F4. You don't. There's not enough commodities that you can even move station to station right now.
yeah,
I think you have. I don't know where you get hydrogen at, and then you have scrap, but I don't know where you get rid of scrap. Like you have like those two is like the only volumes you can do.
yeah, and
If you
that's
try and
if
do
they
medical
want
supplies or
to.
food or metals, anything else, you can't do it in volume.
Well, and that's if they want to fake the loading and unloading of the whole sea, because the whole sea doesn't load in a hangar. It can't. So we don't, and they haven't even told us what their plan is for loading whole C, D, and E, parked out in space next to some cargo, next to a cargo deck. The exterior overlay of the cargo deck. So we don't know if they're going to hold on to it just until the quantum economy is in and there's actual cargo jobs. With the way that they are talking about um, hauling missions and their plans for those, I could see the whole sea sitting for a while until those are in. But again, this is one of those things, and I'm ready. It's nebulous,
Yes, I am out of what has a little bit left.
and I'm going to I'm going to be bringing it up to see if we can get it addressed by Jared and the team, so that way we can get some information about what the plan is. Because whatever it is, it can't be that
Yes.
far off. And they've built the
So,
whole sea.
fun
They've
note: the cargo refactor is not committed yet.
yeah
So, which means it's not fully implemented even into Evo. So there's a chance. I'm sorry, I'm holding out hope. It's the one thing I want. Like after the whole sea's out, I mean I have the Odyssey and the Polaris to go. But it's like my first big ship that I've been looking forward to. So I'm holding out hope. I'm holding out hope. All right.
Sean, I don't know when what source you're referring to, because I don't remember them ever saying they weren't going to add anything to the economy until persistent hangars and freight elevators are in. We need we need freight elevators, and we need freight elevators come before persistent hangars. You can have There are
Yes.
freight elevators that are not in persistent hangars. They're all over the place.
They said they aren't reworking.
And we
The
Yeah,
economy is not getting reworked. It is getting upgraded.
yeah,
The economy we have will be the economy we have in
until they
319
yeah,
beta
because there are
version
aspects
1
of
version 10.
quantum that are already implemented,
Yeah.
but it isn't the commodities, the dynamic aspect of commodities, and what quantum does is not implemented.
Yes.
Quantum is implemented for the refineries, so like refinery queues, timers, all that, pricing for repair, refuel, rearm. And the next thing that was supposed to be coming is the commodities. And so we're just waiting for a status update on that. And everybody was hoping that the mention from of Tony Z at CitizenCon was referring to it, and I don't think it made it. I think it's going to be a 319 thing. But yeah,
Branding's by update, I guess.
so just like with everything else, the whole C, and we have the whole C, we have the whole A. The whole C is essentially done. It is, for all intents and purposes, done. It is not waiting to be built. There's nothing left to be built. There's a little bit of spit and polish on it to be done, but that's it. The whole A is in game and working. So to make the whole B and D and E will not take long. Those are not ships that are going to take a significant amount of effort whatsoever. Let's see. Sean's saying they said if they updated the economy now, then they would have to do it again later when timers, etc., are implemented. Not necessarily freight elevators, but those will be needed to load your own cargo. Yeah, the freight elevators are for not only loading your own cargo, but you can have freight elevators without persistent hangars. We will get freight elevators before we get our own persistent hangars.
Yes. Which is reflected on the progress tracker.
Yeah. Persistent hangars is not just for the economy stuff, though. That will also be for storing your own supplies, those sorts of things. But yeah, they
system refactor commodity kiosk is the timers. That's been done.
Yeah,
since August.
The commodity kiosk is coming in, but what they couldn't get in was the all the timer stuff associated with it. So that's another thing that I think will come in 319 because they were trying to get it in for 318. Jake mentioned they showed those commodity kiosks back when they were prototyping them, and Jake said back then that was what they were working on for 318 with the cargo factor, and it just didn't make it. So I think that's going to be coming in 319. And the timer will be the timer doesn't mean that the cargo will be physically moved. The timer just means that over that time is when things will start to pop in and out. They don't want to,
but we know we can physically move cargo.
Yeah.
So what sounds like to me is that because of the scheduling errors, not errors, but the scheduling hiccups that happened, the cargo update, the economy/cargo update that was planned, got severed.
It didn't materialize in its final form.
Right. So it's gonna kind of come in part 1 and 2.
Yeah. That's part of the other reason I think we'll see a 319.
That makes 319 again pretty big. This year of updates is going to be like this next 4 updates. The next 4 updates is going to be really chunky.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Plus
let's keep moving because we've got a lot of ships we got to cover.
Then we got cargo, and then we got hopefully something, and then server meshing. All right. Yeah, a lot of ships to go. Where are we at?
They're going to force people to pay and wait by first implementing timers without allowing people the ability to land, to load their own cargo and save that cost. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to implement it and make you pay at first or how that's going to work. I don't think that we will. So with the
they've already done it.
Well, yeah, but with the forcing you to pay, I don't think that would come without updating the economy. So that way, if you pay and it eats too much of your profits because you bought stuff too expensive and are taking it someplace where it isn't really in that too much demand, that's on you.
But expedited shipping costs is a way they've already done it. And you can't just hire someone to go drive it to you faster. You just pay because they don't have the system to actually move the ship yet.
Oops, I need...
So they've already showed that they're willing to gamify mechanics that aren't done yet.
Yeah.
So it is super possible that they give you a load timer without being able to load it manually.
Here's the work for the whole
But we have manual loading
on the progress
already shown.
Right now. Lots and lots of work has been done on the whole C over the years.
Yes.
And
way more than up there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just what they've shown us because they've had to come back to it and do a whole bunch of things. Like, it looks a lot different and it looks so much better than when it first did when they showed it to us in
the
engine
whole
like in 2017.
This was really short. Gib. Yes, Gib, indeed.
They've done a little bit of concept artwork apparently on the whole D and the
Yes, they were all
whole
biggered.
E. We don't know what that entailed, but it's on there.
Yeah, that was. They mentioned it like briefly, like what they were doing. They were just like showing up metrics. So if we go back to the big, if we go back to the big image that we have, so everything post 2017 has been when we get to see the concept, the interior layout, all the metrics, everything in the concept has been already shored up. Everything previous to that needs to be reconcepted in some way. So the whole BDEC, Retaliator, Polaris, Endeavor, Crucible, Genesis, you've heard of all these, Ben and Merchantman. You've heard of all these needing their concepts reworked. Everything post that has already been done to the current standard in concept.
And we'll talk about that more when we get to the Spectrum Pulse on the ship pipeline.
Right. So that's as much as I'll say on that. But basically, everything post 2017, they don't need to go back and reconcept. Everything pre, which is almost basically done anyway, needs to be reconcepted. So moving on to one of the last things in the pre-2017 era, the RSI Orion. There is like no data in this one because it was done and then it was on the roadmap, but it was only on the roadmap for reconcepting. And after they did that, it got twice as big, got a lot more cargo, and then they were done with it, and so it left. So it's currently concept complete again, and they're just waiting for resources. That is where the Orion is. It's really not a priority because they don't have endgame of any loop yet. They don't have endgame cargo, they don't have endgame bounty hunting, and they certainly don't have endgame mining. So until they start to work on that, the Orion will sit on its shelf.
Yep.
And then you have another juicy one, it looks like.
Yeah, the Anvil Crucible. So Anvil Crucible is where is it? Right here, 2014.
No, look at these. We reconcepted.
One of, Captain Sean. Yeah, so much work needed before the Orion makes sense. For sure.
Cargo, economy, crew, refining. Gosh, man. Ooh, refining on ships. Yeah, the Expanse will be in before the Orion.
Yeah, they'll do Expanse and Galaxy and whatever other refineries. But the Crucible. So before we get into how it was on the Progress Tracker and then removed, there is, let's see, this was the
movable asteroids. Yeah, it's another big one.
Right here.
Movable asteroids.
It was the Star Citizen Live all vehicle Q&A in August of 2022. And it's the timestamp. It's right at 1 hour 34 seconds, or sorry, something like that. And the quote, I think it's from John Crew or the guy in the top left. I forget what his name is. Basically said the Crucible absolutely will get a concept rework from scratch.
I saw a question go flying up chat about the Crucible. That absolutely will get a concept rework, like from scratch. It will still look like your favorite flying space crab, but it will have some changes to account for all the changes that have happened with the game and the mechanics since then.
Yeah. So keep that in mind. It will still have the overall shape language, but it is probably going to change an awful lot. If you are a member of the Cult of the Crucible, do not be surprised. So let's close that one. The Crucible was added to the Progress Tracker back in, let's see, it was June, beginning of June of this year. And then it was removed. Initially, it was supposed to be going into production. So it was added to the vehicle content team, the actual team that makes the ship. It was added to their schedule. And so they had but it was actually when you pulled it up on the progress tracker, and you can't do it now because it's gone. But it had vehicle content and vehicle concept art, so it was scheduled to get its concept rework and then go into production with these teams. And then the production schedule was removed, and shortly thereafter. And I don't have the dates for it because I couldn't find them. But I just remember seeing it and saying, "Oh, okay. Well, at least it'll get its concept rework. Maybe we'll see the work of it just like the 600i." Nope. Then the concept art sprint was removed on. Let's see. It was the November 9th. I've got it on the Delta report. Yeah, the November 9th Delta report. So November 9th Roadmap Roundup is when it was removed entirely from the progress tracker. So we don't know when it will become a priority again. I imagine we won't see anything about it until we hear more about repair, or they get started on stuff with the repair, but it is apparently not a priority right now. Yeah,
I think the soonest we'll see that is end of next year.
Oh, I would say even later. it will take a while to build that one after after
the repair tier the next.
Oh yeah, I see
the next bit on repair.
Back to you, Nazeris, for John Crew's favorite ship.
Oh, so you've heard the Misk Endeavor. So. In the Star Citizen Live IAE 2951 All Ships Q&A, he was asked, "Why do you hate this ship?"
So this time last year.
Yes, this time last year. Basically, he just hates it because he sees the amount of work that it's going to need, and it's ridiculous to him. He likes flashy ships. He doesn't like workhorses. So like Kraken and the Rylan and like flashy ships, big bombastic or flashy ships. He's not really fond of the mundane, which each to their own. It's fine. But he also sees the incredible work, so he doesn't really have a passion for it, and he sees the work, ends up in this being the ship he groans at every time somebody mentions. But he did give us a couple of nuggets that we can go over. One, he said that definitely will not come in before modularity. Obviously, it is based on modularity. And modularity, they've said they're not going to work on because they'd have to rework it until the resource manager system comes in. So, I would call it a prerequisite. Tree wouldn't call it a prerequisite, but modularity needs the resource manager.
Yeah, I don't think it's a prerequisite in that they're already working on resource management. And so with the resource depending on where along resource management they are, I can see them working on modularity at a certain point. So it's like a co-requisite.
I think modularity has already been mostly worked on.
Yeah, like it's for the Retaliator, but for it's the what's the best way to put it? We don't have to wait for all the work on resource management to be done before they can start working on modularity.
Yeah. So
it needs to be at a certain point where they can say, okay.
I think you're looking at it from like the current perspective. I'm looking at it as this task needs this task, even though we're in the middle of task B. I'm looking at it as if nothing has been done yet. So you guys might have caught wind of this. I put this in here because I think I messed up sometime previously. Paul Jones, right? Paul Jones found apparently one of his dream jobs to go work at Ubisoft as art something or rather. I forgot what he moved to. I'm so sorry.
Oh, the title, yeah.
But also, I had read a tweet from John Crew around the same time, and the tweet was as follows: after 8 years and a bit, or after 8 and a bit years today, is my final day in the old office for CIG. It's been a journey from day one, where we had half the ground floor to overgrow all 4 floors. Looking forward to the new big office in Manchester. I may have lobbed off that last sentence, and he replied to his own tweet. This tweet is an exercise in reading the whole thing. For some reason, I thought that John Crew was leaving, even though I was really excited for that to happen, because it's nothing against him. Basically, I want some other opinion at his position as well. Not that I have anything to base this on, but I wanted the ship pipeline to not be biased by one person's likes and that was all. So where is the Mystic Endeavor at this point? Oh wait, there's one more thing. There's no top-end gameplay. There's no farming. There's no Endeavor class farming. So there's no like industrial farming. There's no industrial medical. There's no overclocking for weapons. So that's like repair top end. There's no deep space scanning. There's no science at all, much less the top end. So all that together, the Endeavor is nowhere. I'm pretty sure it hasn't even gone through its reconcepting. So when anything like that comes back in, it'll get reconcepted, I'm sure. Until that, like, the Endeavor was and always will be that, like, endgame of endgame ships. And I fully believe that when it actually gets in, or when it starts its track back through the pipeline, from the start, it will be a much bigger, much prettier ship. Not that there's anything wrong with the aesthetics of it. I do like the aesthetics that they got, especially that cab, which actually a lot of the pieces made it into the Odyssey.
Oh yeah.
So
well, you can totally tell that the Endeavor and its development will be not only is it going to
an Endeavor
waiting on it for a while. Yeah, it'll be an Endeavor, but I don't think it'll be anywhere close to what people think it will be. Simply because by the time they start working on that, the Odyssey will have been done. Basically, the entire whole series will be done. You know, all the other MISC ships are going to be done. They're going to have so many assets that they'll be able to, you know, piecemeal that together. You know, they're the only aspects of the Endeavor that will be bespoke will be the modules. Everything else is going to be, pretty much,
unless we get a modular MISC ship, and still the materials are swappable over. The agreeables are swappable. The like unique stuff starts when you start aftermarket models, which they should definitely have on the Endeavor. It's a big modular platform. Like it's endgame for like the development of Star Citizen as well. When they can make the Endeavor, they've gotten to a really good place. So, not like it's also got a detachable cab, which we also have. The Caterpillar that's been in game doesn't have a detachable cab, so it's an end game for Star Citizen as well. So that is where the MISC Endeavor, and I have. So you best believe I am waiting for this with bated breath. So that is where that is. I look forward to seeing it. And the longer I think it was in also that the 2951 Q&A, ship Q&A, where they said the longer something takes to come out, the better the ship will be. So the Carrack now looks like a paperweight compared to stuff that's come after it, especially stuff like the Cutter or the Corsair, because the functionality, the quality of these ships that are coming out is so much higher, and they're already ready to just turn on when they get stuff like resource management, fuses, removable components. With the Herc, we had the storage bays that actually open up now. So the later it gets done, the more full-featured it will be, and the less they'll have to go back and rework everything. So, silver linings. And that brings us back to you with Jared's favorite ship?
Yep.
Yes.
The Crusader Genesis Starliner. So the Genesis was initially on the roadmap for a short period. I couldn't find when it got popped on, but I was able to find where it got taken off, and it was in June 2022 when they pulled the Orion. When everything
went squadron.
Well, and it was shift in priorities. So So, due to a shift in priority for the vehicle concept art team, both to await specific systems coming online as well as additional resources needing on other upcoming vehicles, the following deliverables have been temporarily removed from the progress tracker until additional resources are allocated. So, vehicle concept art. So, they were planning on reconcepting all of these ships, and they got started, and then they had to pull off of it. Let's see. No, go away. Turn off. So you can see the sprints. They got started in reconcepting these things, but there's more work to be done. And one of those ships that they were reconcepting was the Crusader Genesis Starliner. And everybody was getting all excited. They're like, oh, it's on the progress checker. It's going into production. You have to click on the deliverable on the progress tracker and see what teams are assigned to it to know what its status was. All of these were only getting concept artwork. They weren't going into production. There was no sprints from the vehicle content teams. We won't see these until the higher tier gameplay associated with them, other than the whole B maybe, becomes a thing. So the Crusader Genesis Starliner is a big old passenger liner or passenger jet. We're not going to see that until we have another civilized system for people to fly from, from Stanton. That's my guess. But I'm betting on it. The E1 axis is definitely what you're going to be seeing flying people mostly, along with a few other ships, like the Steel and stuff. But you're
Cool.
you're not going to see large scale passenger transport across a system the size of Stanton. It's too small.
Yeah, Stanton will have buses. Like,
Yeah.
so imagine, like, take the scale we live at today, and scale the entire planet up to the entire map of Star Citizen. Countries, or in the U.S. case, states, are more like planets. The systems. So states or countries are more like systems.
I was
Each
going to say
planet
systems
is more like
are
a
like
city.
countries. So like if you're flying to another
Yeah.
country, it's like flying to another system. And depending on the size of the system, that's kind of like going from state to state. Whereas in Stanton, it would be if you're flying from one landing zone in Stanton to another, it would be like
It's a
flying
bus.
from a very short trip. Versus
Yeah,
if you're in a much larger system, that would be like going, flying from San Francisco to Seattle. It's not super long, but it is you are going to fly, but you don't see the great big huge passenger jets making the short little puddle jumper flights.
Actually, new about start with E1. That's a great flight plan. If there is need for it, that's a great flight plan. That's actually a really good one. Keep that in mind. What is a Star Pup?
What?
I have no idea what Star Pup is.
Star Pup?
Axis said the E1 will be the beginner Star Pup.
I
idea what
don't
pup is.
know what a Spark Pup is. I want one if it's a puppy.
That's Star. No, we have Star Kid and Star Puppy. Are you kidding? Let's do this.
Yes.
CIG, make it happen.
Let them fight. But yeah, that's it. There's not a whole lot on the Genesis Starliner. I couldn't find anything else.
Nope.
At least not anything recent.
Yes, skip Star Puppy. Yes.
Yeah. Back to you for the Javelin.
Big sticky throat people. Before I move on, like when the when the Genesis came out, the concept, I was one of the guys who went into like Photoshop and cut up their floor plans for them and rearranged them because they said it was super modular, so we should just be able to move crap around how we want it and Lego brick our own Genesis Starliner. So, yes, it also requires modularity. So I am super excited for the Genesis. Like all of my like high excitement ships are still not existing because I like big ships, and I cannot lie. Anyway, the Javelin. I almost call it the Javelin Starliner. No, the Aegis Javelin Destroyer. That's right, the Javelin Destroyer. All right. Where is the Javelin? Well, I think we said it at the top of the show. It's done. It's just not in our hands because Squadron's a thing, and they want to give us the shock and awe, as I've mentioned, I think on the previous 2 episodes of this podcast. All right, so we have 2 mentions of it in monthly reports. One from AI vehicles, which, again, it's AI, which means they basically have the ship done, and now they're teaching AI to use it and do things with it. It was said this includes the new behavior that consists of Vanduul ships attacking the Javelin turret by picking stunt splines placed by designers, so teaching AI to blow it up. And then again, in August 2022, so just a few months ago, the cinematics team, again, a team that would need it to be somewhere completed, the Vanduul movement style was finalized, and prior blockouts received more fluid motion and precise timing. Adjustments were made to a few scenes on the Javelin Bridge. So the Javelin Bridge is definitely complete if they're making adjustments to scenes, which was recently lengthened for FPS combat. Like the entire bridge was lengthened? Or the scenes were lengthened? I think the bridge was lengthened. For the work
that was
into
part
the
was
timing
confusing
of
me
large
too.
weapons. I think they lengthened the bridge. So if you go back and watch the big guns of the UE, note that the Javelin Bridge is longer now. Okay. I mean, from what I know, from what they've officially shown, there is a point where you have to defend a bridge. So with the door here, it's not a lot of defense. It's just stop them at the door. But there's going to be, if you have like area to fight in, I think that makes a lot more sense to just have it a bit bigger of a bridge. So cool, a little bit bigger of a bridge. Probably will be something necessary for the story. Yeah, yeah. And then we have a open that twice. Javelin Destroyer on the progress tracker. This was 2021 Q1. There was a bit of audio, and if you've followed the progress tracker ever at all, and like actually read it, or followed us here at the podcast, Pathfinders, you'll know audio is one of the last people to touch a ship. So back in 2021 Q1, January through March, audio and the vehicle content teams had some work. So audio got done, and some more content was done. So is that now every polygon is placed? Not necessarily.
Also, of
It is
note,
squadron complete for sure.
this is Q1 2021, with work picking up in the middle of January. The progress tracker started in Q1 of 2021. There is no progress tracker prior to Q1 of 2021. So this work probably was ongoing well back behind this.
And we've seen this ship for years.
Yeah, this was the work leading up to the tour at Invictus.
We'll get to the tour, guys. Don't worry.
In 2021. So there was most likely a much longer sprint leading way back into here. And this was just the tail end of it, basically getting it visually.
The problem is it needs targets. We'll get to that. We'll get to that one too. The Javelin is very much, and the Javelin and Idris have been tied together because they're both Aegis ships, because they're both squadron ships, because they're both unreleased ships that got you could say way too much work without being released, but a lot of work went into both the Idris and the Javelin and the Bengal, and so there's been a lot of ships done that one you don't know about and are really big. So I really hope that a lot of that brunt of CIG that has been working on these giant ships moves to Star Citizen after we get the gold squadron gold. There we go. Because when a game goes gold for development people, that means basically the last thing you have to do is the day one patch and you're done.
Yep.
So the gold is what they send to publishers to get the disc printed.
Yeah.
And then you work on the day one patch to fix anything that you couldn't get in before that. So that is where the Javelin is. It is right along there. It should be done and released at the earliest, whenever they want to release the Idris. Should come out at the same time. Waiting on Squadron to come out. It is one of those kind of like, they really want you to experience it in Squadron first. So, hopefully, I'm actually hoping for Squadron plus 6 months to be the release of the interesting Javelin. I don't really care for the Javelin. I want something civilian focused at that size. I don't care for the Javelin. I also not really keen on the white oppressive Aegis look. So anyway, now for one of the ships that I thought was another ship for the longest time, the Lynx rover. What's going on with the Lynx?
So, whoops, minimize the wrong thing. So in the same Invicta, the IAE SCL, all vehicle Q&A thing that we've been harkening back to, they talked about all the ships that are in production right now, what's being worked on. One of those things is the Lynx finally going into production. They talked about how basically...
I'd like to explain what the Lynx is for people who don't know about it.
The Lynx is the luxury variant of the Ursa rover. And basically they said that the front, the cab portion, like the driver section is going to be updated a little bit, but the rear entry is going to be a lot different. It's going to it's going to have the same sort of shape, but otherwise be very similar from a distance. But it's the Ursa rover that comes with the Connie Phoenix, and it's actually in production right now. It got its vehicle concept art pass back in the summer. It's in white box right now, and you can the link to the timestamp is in the show notes, and then as well as the link to the deliverable
Didn't
here
also
that you're
come
seeing
with
on screen.
the Carrack?
Nope. Carrack has always been an Ursa rover.
Is it really?
Yep, they misspoke about an Anvil rover. They have confirmed that was a misspeak, but it's always been a Ursa rover. I don't know anything about a tech blocker on the Lynx because it's just the Ursa. It's just
it's something... just a palette swap.
Yeah, this is it's a little bit more than that, but it's not a ton of work.
Yeah, it wasn't okay. That was the wrong word. It is geometry swap. There we go. Just a geometry swap.
Yeah, it's going to have heated leather seats, whatever. So we'll probably, you can see how the sprint goes to right here. This is vehicle content. It's an upstream team. I imagine we will see the downstream work added, at the beginning in January, going into this month. And I imagine the Lynx is probably something that's going to be a 319 release. But yeah, so Lynx is finally in production. Sweet, we're going to be able to cross the Lynx off. Hooray!
Yeah, that's a very small victory.
Mm-hmm. Back to you for the Retaliator base, which is also a small victory because it's really one of those things that shouldn't even be a concern.
So, Retaliator base. What is the base? For those who haven't heard of the base, it's not the base model. It's the empty model. So, it is the model that actually gave Aegis its redemption in the lore. So the reason it is a thing is because it is the first ship getting modularity. So you'll have this ship when modularity gets in. When is modularity coming in? After the resource management, as we've talked about several times already. TM. Soon TM, yes.
Resource management
so it was...
and the work on the item port and ship object container streaming system.
Yes. Where did it go? Ba-da-bum. That is in Pathfinder view. So that's what we can put on. So it was put onto the progress tracker in June 8th, 2022. And is it still there? I need to open another tab. It is not there. So we did not find where we... it's not there at all. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so somewhere it disappeared.
It was
removed.
On...
Shinytracker 9/14.
Wait, nope. Oh yeah. So it was. That's the weird thing is they didn't mention that it was removed in the Roadmap Roundup, but that's when it came off the progress tracker.
Interesting.
So yeah, and I couldn't find it anymore on the progress tracker. It's not there, but they didn't mention it in the Roadmap Roundup, even though they pulled the Apollo and the Ranger at the same time.
My Ranger.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, very. Very weird. So we don't have a reference in here for them saying that Squadron had modularity working, but we do have the references in there for them saying that
It's in the progress tracker.
it needs the resource.
So here.
Okay.
OC. No. Retaliator. So Retaliator Gold Standard and Retaliator Room OC swapping. System support enabling players to swap vehicle rooms and modules via VMA and allows designers to specify vehicle setup at runtime in Squadron 42. So John Crew talked about this. So basically, when the game designers say that this Retaliator is right here as part of this level doing whatever, it's this Retaliator with this module in it. And so when it spawns in, it spawns how they want it to. But you can't be flying a Retaliator in Squadron 42, land it on the Bengal, and swap out a module or some shit. It's just for designers to be able to use. So they can load in a Retaliator with the right module in Squadron 42.
The gold standard was done, quotations, back in Q2 2021.
Mm-hmm. And this is when they updated it. They gave it a little stretch here and there to accommodate components and make room for AI to walk around. But they did the gold standard to accommodate the modules, and they can't add this to the PU because of this. And so until this part is ready for the PU, they can't add this. It's its own blocker. It's tripping over itself.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so once we get modularity, then they'll add in the Retaliator base, because I'm sure that's just a little bit of extra work on top of the gold standard work.
Yeah, and when that comes in, it's going to open the floodgates, because we have the Retaliator base, we have the Endeavor, now the Galaxy, the Caterpillar. There's another one I'm thinking of. What other ship do we have? All the big ships, basically. The Bengal, the Javelin have been said to have some form of modularity. The not Galaxy, what was the other one? Carrack. Carrack has modularity?
Yeah. The cargo things are modular.
Oh, okay. I guess that counts. Yeah. Also, the Starliner is said to be highly modular. As well
the only
as
ones that have had modules that were sold were the Endeavor and the Retaliator, though, and now the Galaxy. Yeah.
Yes.
Everything else is just concepted as having been modular, but no one ever.
Yeah.
Sold
when I imagine they'll go back 600i.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So the floodgates will be opened when that gets done. And we also have what was I thinking of? I don't remember. I don't remember. Anyway, yes, very modular, much ships.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Even though that was mostly you talking, because you are very familiar with it is back to you for the X1.
The X1 is easy. I couldn't find when it got added to the progress tracker. Like, it was very subtle in mentioning, but it's had a couple little sprints, and so it's not in full production right now. And that's the problem, is people will pull it up and they'll just see this bar and be like, oh my gosh, why is it taking so long? It's because they were only working on it a little bit right here with vehicle content, and then they stopped. And then they picked it back up a little bit here with vehicle features. I'm guessing this is in order to, maybe it's going to have something to do with the new Gravlev physics. I'm not sure. But then it's going back into production right here, so it'll probably continue to be into production later into 2023. But they do have plans to work on it, although I wouldn't be surprised if this fell off the progress tracker at some point. But we shall see.
Yeah. The really tiny ships and they said this before, they are overlap fillers. So when somebody works on something, either they got done sooner and there's an overlap that they just need to do something, so there's a gap in the schedule, they'll say, hey, go work on this for 2 weeks. And so that's what the Ranger, other than its tech problem, the X1, the Lynx was probably that. All the vehicles basically, except for I think the Ballista or the Spartan Atlas platforms vehicles, basically all have been. Oh no, Tonk also was a dedication. Almost all of them after that have been gap fillers. So now we have the Polaris, the other end of the Banu Merchantman thing. So it's always like those are the two big ones right now. It used to be Banu Merchantman and Carrick, now it's Banu Merchantman and Polaris. Who will make it out first? So basically, when the Carrick got done, we'll go through the entire storyline of the Polaris. It was said that the team would be split into two, and they'd work on the Banu Merchantman and the Polaris. They both had to get reconcepted, and that never materialized into forward momentum for a while. So they were both kind of dropped. The Banu Merchant was picked up by the concept team with thoughts on going after the Polaris next. That never materialized, and we have the Banu Merchant it is now. They've now since finished the reconcepting of the Polaris, which we'll be seeing on the next ISC. I'm so happy.
2 days.
Oh. Okay. So we'll be seeing the reconcept of the Polaris. I imagine we'll get the Galaxy before the Polaris because of scale. Like Tree has said several times today, the more reference they have, the faster the ship gets. They already have, at the very high end, the Retribution, the Bengal Carrier, so they have the entire library of the top end. The bottom end, they don't really have a lot of reference. The Constellation and Auroras don't have the same tile set.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the Polaris is a new ship. It is 2946. The Constellation,
much like the Galaxy
is
and the
very different. The Galaxy is very new. The Bengal is, nearing on 100 years old, but it's a very different. It does look RSI, but it is very different. So I don't think it will inform the Polaris as much, and I think that's part of the issue. And
just
I think that's
part
of why they.
Yeah, I will throw you out of an airlock, sir.
Oh, Puppet! How dare you? How dare you?
So,
but it's
the biggest.
I think that's why they're doing the Galaxy first, because I think that Leaks is correct on that. The Galaxy is in production. And I think that's why they're doing
warning.
The Galaxy
Spoiler
first.
alert! He's talking about the SC Leaks channel. Big flashy warning lights. Yes, everything. You gotta preface this stuff, man.
Well, I mean, it's all out, and the Galaxy's out there now. So, but everything that Leaks said about the Galaxy has pretty much come to fruition. And one of the things they said about it was that it's in production. And there is a unannounced ship that is
big.
Is big and could very likely be the Galaxy. And it would make sense because the other thing they said about the Galaxy is that it was being built around gameplay for Pyro and essentially Nyx that we either have or will have. It basically says what the priority is, and that's more medical gameplay, refining, and cargo hauling.
So it's very probable, at least from my perspective, that the Galaxy comes out with modularity in.
Yep. And post Galaxy, they have all those assets. They've just gone through and made a large ship with the
and I imagine the Perseus is next.
Yeah, the 30th century style language, and they can get to work on Perseus / Polaris. I would say probably both, near around the same time, because
I think to keep the team consistent, they'll do one.
It goes both ways though, because there's shape language in both ships on there, and I think a misnomer is that everybody says, oh, the Perseus has been in production for however long. No, they stopped producing it for a long time. And they've had
that's right. It was in production. I forgot it was in production.
Yeah,
there was like a ton of tech that they needed.
And I would be willing to bet that the Perseus we have now is a much more modernized version compared to the old one. And so that it will, that's part of why it shares so much language with the new, with the Galaxy. So Phase Kitten, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining us.
Then they downscaled for the Perseus, upscaled for Polaris. Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that. Geometry doesn't really work like that. I forgot they were working on the Perseus for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, especially the ground alignment, I think it was actually kicking them in the butt.
Yeah. So
Which is not on
that
here
everything
anymore.
for the Polaris?
That's everything.
Okay.
It was concept. Its concept is now complete, which we'll be seeing in 2 days. So happy.
Yeah. Well,
After
the
that,
Polaris
it is
isn't a
waiting
Mark II
for.
because it's only a few years old.
Yeah, they're waiting
It's essentially a
for
brand new ship.
dev allocation.
Yeah. The Consolidated Outland Pioneer, there is nothing to report as far as development of the ship goes. If you want to learn about base building in Rastar, go watch episode 30 of the podcast. It's on my YouTube. And you can either watch the entire podcast or just the single episode that we did on Rastar. But Rastar is what will be used with ships like the Pioneer for outpost building, for building bases. The only thing that has really changed on the Pioneer is that it's more of a 3D printer factory than it is just a assemble modules for bases. So it should have a bit more in the as far as factory type function versus just construction, if that makes sense.
It's more of
Does
a
that make
Lego
sense?
brick builder and much less of a Lego set builder.
Yeah, yeah. It prints things versus just assembles prefabbed things. I think is a good way of putting it. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to get base building or I would say factory ships.
No small.
Not
The small
base
will be
building.
the concrete mixer you have trying to build your hut on site. So
But
the
they did-
Pioneer is.
I think someone mentioned that one of the modules that they were thinking about for the Galaxy in the future could be a construction or manufacturing module. I
Ooh.
forget.
I'm gonna go get a second Galaxy right now.
But somebody mentioned that. So
Ooh, that'd be really nice.
Yeah.
But the
but that's it for
Pioneer
the Pioneer.
is so interesting, and Consolidated Outland doesn't do not interesting ships. They always do something that's either off, quirky, or just no one should have done it in the first place. Which a lot of people think of the Nomad landing gear about that one. But the Pioneer is specifically an on-site factory. What you do if you do not have a Pioneer, which all the big companies do it, is they build it somewhere else where the resources are cheap, and they ship it in with a ship, and they plop them down. That's how they get them there. So the Pioneer is strange in the market that you build on site. So having different sized ships might not be to what they want the lore to be. Instead of having a Pioneer, you just have shipping in modules or on-site building and some not shipware. So that is up to their lore, basically. The Pioneer is odd in the entire universe. Oh, yay. The next one. The Drake Kraken / Privateer. So, with the theme of ships that, we know about and we've known about since forever, it's basically done. It came out with a pretty solid concept. Yes. It was a...
It had a
post
lot of
2017
exterior work.
So we actually saw it at the 2017 CitizenCon from far away. 2018 CitizenCon from far away. Not as in like playable mesh, but as a concept mesh, like we saw the Galaxy. But that should show you how much the concept had been worked on. So, like I said, 2017 onward, concepts were much more thorough. They knew everything and where everything would go and everything metric. So they are waiting on resources again. So concept done, waiting for dev allocation. My assumption, tinfoil hats, everyone, it's going to be worked on real soon because they just got done with 2 other Drake ships. So makes sense to oh, you just worked on Drake. Go do more Drake. And I think that's the only Drake ship in waiting?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware.
So unless they invent a new Drake ship, the Kraken is the last Drake ship not done. And it is a like beacon of Pyro's mentality. So I would highly expect it to be done soon.
Yeah.
The thing
I think
that
that
I
they
would
will
say
work on the Kraken simply because they need a target. They need something that pirate NPCs will be running around in, as well as players. But a lot of pirate
and if
NPCs
we're going after
running
the
around in,
Perseus soon,
yeah, because otherwise, things like the Perseus and the polaris are useless without a target. They are anti-capital ships. We don't have capital ships for them to target, except for Xenothreat. And so you can't just introduce a ship simply for one event.
yeah. I would actually expect it not end of next year, but 2024's Invictus Defense Con. I think if they wanted to hit because they can't do like a big Drake 2 AIEs in a row. So if they wanted a sensible timing and not just a hey we got it done timing, they would schedule it to where it would come out at the end of Invictus in 2024. But we have no evidence of them moving on to that, and it's a big ship, so they seem to be allergic to big ships at the moment.
Yeah.
So
Big ships needs
if
resource
you want
management, needs NPCs.
If you guys want to
needs
know a
server
little bit about
meshing. Well, the other thing is
NPC and server meshing is a big one.
We've got Gen 12. The other thing is Gen 12 Vulcan and ship interior ship interior culling. Ship interior
all
culling
big
was
things.
pulled because they weren't going to do that until after Gen 12 and Vulcan, because the interiors of capital ships absolutely tank frames, and that's why like the Bengal and the Idris in game don't have an interior. The Javelin during Xenothreat doesn't have an interior because it absolutely tanks frames because we don't have ship interior culling. And so that is a tech limitation, along with we need better performing servers. We need and I don't think they're going to release those ships without giving them to players as well. So
yep. Yeah. What was I just looking at? I was looking at something.
Origin G12.
Sure.
Origin G12. The only mention that I could find, and it was a very off the cuff thing, was in a
log into the persistent universe.
It was we're a little bit far ahead.
You can clearly think capable ground vehicles don't have to sacrifice sleek looks with the currently in development G12 rover. So be sure to log into the persistent universe tomorrow and
Okay, so spring of 2020, inside Star Citizen, welcome to Invictus. He said,
God, I hate that it's an Invictus ship.
Yeah, he said the Origin Gen 12 was in development.
G12.
This is prior to Origin G12, not Gen 12. This was prior to the advent of the progress tracker, and I couldn't find any mention of it in the monthly reports, so I think it was deprioritized and taken out of the pipeline shortly thereafter. Unless when he said production, he was referring to the concept art and the concept phase, because otherwise we haven't seen anything else. And beyond that, we know nothing about the Origin G12, but it's not going to be a priority because it's another ground vehicle. This could be one of those ones like the X1 that is basically will be used as filler. Phase Kitten, why has the Gen 12 been in dev for so long? The reason it hasn't been worked on is because it doesn't add anything, and they've had other priorities.
And the variants make it very much not an Ursa, but the G12 itself, the original variant, is basically just Origin trying to compete directly with RSI. It is basically a direct competitor to the Ursa, and it looks much better while doing it.
Yeah.
I love RSI, but the G12 looks so much better in that base model.
They included the G12 as just one, but then the X1 over here, they've got the base, the force, and the velocity.
I thought they were on there. I thought the G12 was on there.
Sorry, on the image. On the image.
Yeah. I thought. Yeah, they're there. They're there. 2020 G12A, G12R.
Where are the other ones?
That's all of them. The G12, the R, and the A.
Oh, okay. The mention. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't see those down there. So it must have been mentioned back here, but concepted down here. Yeah. Okay. Weird. But yeah, that's the G12, not the Gen 12, G12. Back to you for one of my favorite ships, the Apollo. You're welcome for letting you take the Apollo.
Oh, you could have had that one? You could have switched it? I lost the document. Okay, there it is.
Too late.
Yeah, it's too late now. All right, the RSI Apollo. One of the... Did this or the Mantis come out first, concept-wise?
This came out first.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm pretty sure the Mantis was after.
So we all know that the Apollo is much later in the much later in the medical gameplay. I know straight off the bat, we're not getting them till medical gameplay is more mature. Other things that have gone with the gone on with the Apollos. There's actually two of them. I think they are mentioned mostly as one because it's kind of just the variants aren't that different. They're basically just move stuff around that have for building one.
The medevac is heavier armor and has missiles, defensive missiles, whereas the triage is faster and but they both have the same turret size. They just have different stock weapons. But other than that, they're essentially the same. It's a loadout and armor, which is really
that's so sad. So it went on to the progress tracker. In February.
I was a very sad panda.
It went on in February and it came off in September.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
So, man. So the biggest reason, and they will tell you this straight up every time they talk about ships, that is CIG. They don't want to release ships without associated gameplay. Yes, we have bed gameplay. We don't have tier 2 or 3, really. Not really.
Yeah, we have tier 0 medical gameplay. It is very low level, low end.
Yeah. Like, the beds technically have some different function. But there's a lot more function that tier 2 and 3 are actually supposed to have. Visual. Like, stuff that's going to happen. Losing limbs can happen on a tier 3 bed. Or tier 1 bed. I forget. No, tier 3 bed. 3s are the worst. So there's a lot to go still in the medical gameplay, and they want to release the medical craft, like the premier medical craft, the medevac, when they have more of that done. Also, it's an easier ship. It's a medium ship, so they can just kind of like spit it out within 6 months, 6 to 12 months. So it'll be easy when they get there. It just depends on when the gameplay and tech is associated that they can do it. Yeah. Also, drones are part of this ship. So drone work is also needed before this ship. And modularity. I forgot about modularity. So we have so much tech that we have gameplay that's not there. Other than that, it's concept ready and waiting for dev allocation. Sensing a theme yet?
Apollo being on the progress tracker when it was is why I'm relatively certain that they thought that modularity was going to be in very soon, or will be getting worked on very soon.
No more auto bed heals. We'll need actual medical personnel. Yes, I can't wait.
Yeah,
I want this game to be more.
There will be a certain level of automation, but it's
not for like, oh, I need to like graft on your limb because it got sheared off.
and they said that in the Apollo Q&A, that it is not a set and forget thing. I think if you are using your Anvil Pisces C8R and you put an injured patient in the med bed, because what they have said is that if you put somebody in the med bed, the auto dock will keep them alive until you can get them to definitive care. So you get them in the med bed, you land in the hangar, you put them on the gurney, and then you push them into the hospital freight elevator essentially, and away they go. And they wake up in a higher level med bed and get.
I hate they have to be unconscious to use that though.
Well, and so like I think without getting too much into it, I think that it's going to work how they talked about bounty hunting, where if you get captured, you can say, okay, I'm just going to press this button and I will wake up in the hospital bed, and the ship, the people, or NPCs will deliver a body to the hospital. And they continue their gameplay, you continue your gameplay, and the difference will be for the people transporting and treating the patient how well they take care of your injuries, whether they deliver you at red or at green will affect the payout. And
makes sense.
If you don't do anything, the bed will keep them at red. It'll keep them at alive, just barely. Yeah. But if you use the bed and you know how to use the bed and you've stocked the bed appropriately, you have the right, essentially consumables.
Because we don't use consumables currently, do we?
Yeah. Then that will be what allows you to get up into yellow or up into green. And if you have a tier 3 bed with a tier 1 injury, if you're really good, you can probably get them into the yellow. Hopefully, depending on how much supplies you have and how far you have to go. And so that's the challenge in getting the payout, because you're getting paid by insurance, your player's medical insurance. Yeah. But that's another rant for me. I have to make a video on that at some point. Is it MT Stunner or Mount Stunner just donated $20 to supportstackup.org. Thank you so much for the donation. Not only thank you for the donation, but that gets us to our $200 of our initial $200 goal. We have reached our first goal for donations to stackup.org. So I really wish my sound alerts worked right now, because we could do. I need to add one for when things like this happen, so we can give a big old cheers to people who donate directly to stackup.org. Thank you so much, Mount Stunner. I don't think you've ever been in chat. So if this is your first time hanging out with us, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the donation. Make sure you give me a follow. Thank you, amigo or amiga. What's the guys, gals, non-binary pals? Yeah. You guys could always do a sing and a dance. Oh, son of a bitch. No. What we will do is get a sound alert in order to properly congratulate and give praise to people who, you guys don't want to see me dance, I promise. I dance for my 1-year-old son in order to entertain him, and that's about it.
Yeah, my channel we have funny hats, but okay.
Yeah.
I believe we're back to you with okay. That tracks. I get the Apollo, you get the Vulcan. Okay, you get the Vulcan.
See, we didn't do that right. Whoops.
Nope.
That's a fail on my part for making this list and not automatically assuming that we should have done that. For the Vulcan, there is
1K gold tree dances. Absolutely, I'm behind 100%.
Uh-oh.
And he shaves his hair. He shaves his hair. Yeah.
We have a first-time chat from an obvious bot. I don't know how to get rid of the bots. Mod help.
Hi, I want to offer you promote your channel. Do you want to buy views and completely negate the terms of service you signed and get your channel banned for buying views? And look like an absolute moron when you do it?
Is this a sign associated with the fact that I have over 100 followers now, and people are actually...
They can actually find even no-view channels, so...
Oh, man.
It's just where the creepers go.
It's like, bot, why are you even trying? What's the point? We're just hanging out, having fun.
They don't know. They're meant to seize channel, attack channel.
See channel, attack channel. Yeah, it's a rabbit.
That's what. This is what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have mod permission, so I can't help you.
Sorry, I will have to work on figuring out how to do that. I will add you to mods, Nazeris. You are honorary mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, Puppet. I will figure out how to give you mod permissions too. I just gotta remember how to do that. Not gonna do it right now. Okay. Vulcan. Super easy.
Yes.
So there is
not
nothing...
the API.
Yeah, not the Vulcan with the C, not with a K. That's the only way I remember it. Is the Vulcan with a K is the API, right?
Is it a K?
I'm pretty sure it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Either way, the Aegis Vulcan, the one that flies, has nothing to update us on.
Yeah, it's okay.
It has not been mentioned at all in monthly reports. Not been on or off the progress tracker at any point. If you would like to know more about the Vulcan, we talked a lot about it in episode 17, droning on about drones, which I don't know if I converted that one over to my YouTube. But yeah, it was a good episode. We had
it's somewhere.
Yeah, it's either on Nazeris' YouTube, and I haven't downloaded it and uploaded it to mine. But we did do a big old video about drones and every ship that has them and what information we have. But yeah,
when you get a chance, you should send me which ones you've uploaded.
I haven't done a whole bunch of them just because it's a good amount of work
tedious.
And I've been real busy. Yeah, it is tedious. And trying.
I want to be removing them off mine as you're putting up.
I do have a playlist, so you can see that.
Okay, I can work that.
But yeah, the other thing is integrating it and I should have uploaded some last week. That would have been easy. But because if I try and upload too many of them along with my other content, it totally throws off the algorithm.
Oh yeah,
and
you gotta do it at like a period, like one a week or something.
Yeah, if uploading videos at a every other day pace, absolutely, like basically quadrupled views in the span of a week. So,
yep. Yeah. If you can keep that consistently, like you'll make bucks. That's why people that upload everyday crap stuff is sitting in a house with like other millionaire YouTubers.
Got to make bucks for stack up. But yeah, that's it for the Vulcan. So back to you we are at the good news. Good news, everyone. Yeah.
Good news.
I can't say it, so I'm going to let you do that. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
All right. Sentoki-ai. The Apollo Sentoki-ai is the medium fighter, and funsies, it's on the progress tracker. Let's see. I have all of my windows just screwed up right now. Alrighty. So, that is the wrong window. Sentoki-ai. Oh yes, just why don't you break so I can't do this? The Sentoki-ai is scheduled to start its production cycle in January. January looks like the 1st. If we go over to the Shinytracker, get the scheduled deliverables and search up the same thing. It is not there yet. No, that's because I'm on the wrong page. There we go. Set. Google, could you do the thing I asked you to do? Sentoki-ai is not yet marked on the Shinytracker yet. It's fine. Probably because it hasn't been worked on. Oh, there's 9 references. Yeah, it's not there. Not there. Okay, so it's not yet there. On the Shinytracker?
There it is.
I got it on the progress tracker. I can't find it shiny.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yep, it's on the progress tracker, not on Shinytracker because it hasn't started. Soon
so
PM.
It is scheduled for U.S. vehicle content, so the actual building of the ship, from January to June. Makes sense. It's a smallish medium fighter from the Xi'an manufacturer, Apoa, which makes all of their fighter ships. So fighters will always come from Apoa. What is it called? Cargo will always come from Gatek. That's how they run their government. Whatever manufacturer does the thing does only that thing, and no other company does that thing. Unlike in human companies, they'll step on each other's toes. You'll know that when you get an Apoa thing or a Xion thing is the best that entire culture can produce, because they're the only ones that do it, and they do that exclusively. So we'll be getting it Q3 next year, possibly, and in case anything. In case anything gets deprioritized or higher prioritized, that's where it is. It is on its way. Ta-da! A really nice one. Kentucky AI reminds me
Blizzrad
of grass type.
With the ban of the bot. Hooray for Blizzrad.
Yay! Cartwell seriously needs splits for hangar until the AI comes out. Needs what? Stilts for hangar? Why stilts? I don't think you can split up Xion words like that, but okay. I call it the sand or the talk before. I call it the yai. Okay. Yep. All right. So you are doing the SRV, one of your favorites.
Yes, I love the SRV. I cannot wait. Why do I love the SRV? Because I love tractor beams, and
he loves his tractors.
Yeah. That was actually, I think, our third episode, where I did a big old scanner anomaly on tractor beams, ship and vehicle tractor beams, called "She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy." I don't remember if I've uploaded that episode onto my YouTube yet. Gotta get around to it, but it was a lot of fun, a lot of good information. So, the Argo SRV from 2019, man, it feels like it was longer. We do have some information on, which is good. They just mentioned in
we've got
the SCL from just a couple weeks ago, 11 days on the 18th, that the Argo SRV is basically 2/3 of the way through final art, and well into production right now. The question is, how is that going to line up with the work on ship tractor beams? So we will be keeping an eye on it. I imagine as the work on vehicle tractor beams gets going, we will see more, hopefully see some of this in engine, get some more information on it. Yeah, I was really hoping that we would, Phase Kit, and I was really hoping we would see the SRV at IAE like they showed us the Vulture at Invictus Launch Week, if you guys remember that. But I guess it's not quite there yet. I don't know anything about the Cullis Black undergoing any development right now. If you've got a link or something, let me know. We try to keep abreast of everything, but it's kind of impossible.
I haven't heard of that either.
Citizen. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here is the work for the SRV. So when you look at it, they're like, oh my gosh, why is it taking so long? It's because it's all part-time work. They're working on it and then coming and going, working on it, coming and going. Check the ship matrix.
I'm working on it.
Since when did the ship matrix show anything about development?
By the way, my nickname for the okay, so the ship page, not technically the matrix, the ship page says update pass in progress. So they may be gold standarding.
Oh, the ship page for the Cutlass Black?
Yeah, the ship page. I call the ship matrix the matrix of lies.
That's just a status that they leave up there.
Matrix of lies, yes.
Yeah, there hasn't been any, other than, so one thing I want to point out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before, so we'll go to teams. Not all of the specific work around ships gets added as a specific deliverable.
Right.
So each team, essentially every team, has bug fixing and tech debt sprints on the progress tracker. And these bug fixing and tech debt sprints are interspersed essentially when they have enough bugs, that they need to go back and work on them, or ones that are significant enough, or there's enough tech debt, or there has been tech advancements that let them go back and update things for ships, like from the vehicle feature, vehicle tech teams. That's when they'll do this stuff. And so things get lumped into these sprints without making a separate deliverable. Best example is the Mustang, with the Mustang getting its functional cargo bay thing. Wasn't ever added as a sprint. It didn't ever show up on the progress tracker. It's just one of those things that falls under
to further the evidence against it meaning anything. We all know the 600i is currently in reconcepting of the interior and gold standard pass.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. It says nothing on its product page.
Yeah,
not a thing. So It could mean, it could not mean. If anything is heard, we'll probably hear it in the monthly report, which is coming up in a week or two.
Although they might just be showing us the work from back at Q4 2021 and Q1 2022. Yeah. They could just have been sitting on it for that long.
Like I said, it's Matrix of Lies. It could mean something, could mean nothing. It is a very unreliable source.
Oh, yeah. We do not use it. We do not go there except for funds and laughs, to poke fun at it. Eventually, it'll be tied into the game, and so every time there's an update in the game, it'll automatically update the website.
Yes, eventually it'll be the matrix of numbers, but currently it's a matrix of lies. But the second it's hooked into the game, Urkel is just going to rip that and have a much better UI. So I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Turbulent has a lot of work ahead of them in order to try and compete with things like Urkel.
Urkel and the Armory and what's the website?
Oh, there's a lot.
UX Corp. UX Corp is amazing for just everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it shows you not only in-game, out-of-game, function, crew, SCU, what you guys are loaner. It's standalone price, Warbond price, package price, in-game buy, in-game rent, and where to get them. And that's just ships. It also has locations, refining jobs, refining, trade, commodities, harvestables, price search, routes, volunteers, and about pages. It's like a entity wiki almost. Like it's super useful. All right, so we are at the
Tumbrel Ranger.
Oh man, so I have a friend who actually has no idea why I like it much. So if you guys like sci-fi and motorcycles, sound off in comments, the chat, whatever. But the Tumbrel Ranger, it is the rugged, like
Space
super sci-fi utilitarian motorcycle. I like it. I love it. I'm ready for one. Nice. So where is the Tumbrel Ranger? So it is blocked by at least one tech. It needs the two-wheel vehicle physics, which they had. They posed to Chris, and Chris said, well, you could work on this or work on resource or something. They had some other tech that they could work on, and they said, two-wheel vehicles can wait. Better tech. So they're waiting on the two-wheel vehicle physics, and it was on the roadmap, wasn't on the roadmap. This left with the Apollo. So at the same time the Apollo got taken off, the Tumbrel got taken off, or the Ranger got taken off. I do feel like I've heard something not too long ago about it. I might be high. NG. Yeah, there's nothing on the progress tracker. Okay. But that is basically it. It is full concept, just waiting for devs to be assigned to it. Because it's like the smallest little thing, the only thing smaller than it is an X1. It is another one of those, when there's just a gap in the schedule, they'll drop this in. After, of course, they do the two-wheel physics. And the thing holding back two-wheeled physics mainly is it is it is engineering time for literally 3 vehicles which number less or the same amount of wheels of the Ursa. So it's so unprioritized that's not even funny. There's no need for it. It is simply a vanity project for Star Citizen.
Yep.
Nobody needs this.
Maybe
but
when
we all
we
would
have
really
roads.
like to have it. Huh?
Maybe when we have roads.
Maybe when we have roads. Yep. They did like almost say you have to worry about the rocks if not for roads in one of the discussions, in one of the Q&As, the all vehicle Q&A stuff. So maybe they're waiting on roads to be a thing, which would mean better civilization and update to the Rastar for cities and all this other stuff. So after all that, in 5 years we might get the Tumbrel. We don't really know when. It's just waiting for dev time.
Yep.
As most of the other stuff on here. So back to you with the Nautilus.
All right. So, oh man. What did you put that in there with the Nautilus from the all vehicle Q&A?
Yes, because they said they said.
Oh yeah.
They lumped it in with the Polaris.
Areas of vehicles and environment.
So handy tool. We're gonna have a little lesson real quick for everybody. So not gonna give away all our secrets, but if you know that you're like, I know that this information was in this video, but I just can't find it. If you go here, the little ... click this, show transcript, it shows all the words out of a auto-generated transcript for that video. And then you can just press Control F.
Been looking for that forever.
Nautilus. Ta-da!
Oh, because it's there, not over. I was looking for it on top of the video. That's why.
So
I've
right
seen
here,
that before.
we'll listen to, and then as that and a timestamp, you just click on the timestamp and
anything for the Perseus or the Nautilus?
Nice.
Nothing. They are where they were when they were last shown at concept.
Okay.
Simply concept, but as a little bonus, actually, here we're gonna move this over here.
That's magic. Yeah. Yes, it is.
No.
That's gonna help with all of my future things. I've been looking for that for a while.
As a bonus, because the Nautilus is not in production, I have I think it's in here. Let me find it.
So it got like a really solid concept. Like it had like a lot of geometry.
It did. We're gonna watch it right now.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
This is the interior. This is white box. So I had these handy so that way we could talk about what white box is when we go into the ship pipeline.
So more on this later.
Yeah, more on this later. Because
this makes me want a Nautilus. Like this video made me want it.
Yeah, this is what did it for me too. So if you look at where the Nautilus is a 2019 concept, and the 2018 is essentially when this new process came to be, where concepts stopped being just pictures, and really became a whole, white box mesh is the concept phase, and that way, the ships from essentially 2018 on, maybe a little bit in 2017. They not only have a full exterior mesh, but an interior white box. So that way they have all of the pathfinding. They make sure the corridors are big enough for AI and players to get by. They find out where the components are going to go, what size they're going to be, the whole shebang. So back to this. These were accidentally leaked by one of the artists who did them, and they were subsequently deleted within minutes, but I am fast.
The internet never forgets.
The internet never forgets, and I saved them, and I have been willfully sharing them ever since. So if you haven't seen these before, we'll go through them real quick just for grins, because I love the Nautilus, even though it's a mine layer ship. So you can see you're going up into the bridge and the nose.
The Mine Layer Plus, as we learned in a couple episodes ago.
But it's the mine layer is the main feature, but it has it's got a dual size 7 turret and a couple of other turrets on the side and missile launchers. It has drones for retrieving your mines and maintaining them. It's if you're looking
probably
at the
like
interior
this
of
paint
ship,
scheme better than I'll like it when it comes out. I like the black and red.
But if you're walking through here, if you notice something, it is the interior geometry is super similar to what other Aegis ship from that time period. The flippin' hammerhead.
Oh, okay. I was like, one has square doors. I know another one has square.
The bulkheads, the doors, the flooring, and especially over here, the padding on the walls with the sort of circular tubes, like this.
Well, that's even in the Idris, so
yeah, the Idris too. So the Nautilus is another one of those ships. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's going to take forever to make." No, look at this.
No,
look at this. And we already had we have the Idris, we have the Hammerhead. This is not a difficult ship for them to make.
That's a 6-month ship. Easy 6-month ship.
Here's the next one. But basically, you can, with these videos, you get a full tour of the entire interior of the ship at this quality. This is white box, folks. This is what white box is now.
It did say that this is white box. Like, this would be like game ready for most games.
Yeah. Look at these components, and
I would not be shocked if this is the quality. Like, obviously, texture and normal maps aside, like, I would not be shocked if Starfield came out with this level of geometry detail.
Yeah, I imagine there's a mix of gray box too, because they're probably reusing assets.
Gray
box quality.
Anything they have assets for already.
Yeah,
plop them in.
It's technically a white box phase.
Yeah, like that door is probably just ripped out of the Hammerhead or Idris. Same with those panels.
Bay.
Yeah,
I can't tell you how many times I've watched these.
She actually knows the Aegis Steinfeld. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and John Crew mentioned Aegis when he was talking about it. We'll talk about when we get into the Spectrum Pulse, how there's a cargo bay.
Cargo.
With Aegis, with the Idris and the Javelin, and the Hammerhead as well, they're like, if you've built one corridor, you've built 90 corridors, and you've built, a huge portion of the ship already. And that's why, if they were going to make another large Aegis ship, like when they actually put the Nautilus into production, it'll go really fast because they already have the Javelin, they already have the Idris, they already have the Hammerhead,
Which is why you may have seen something that looks oddly like a Bengal that isn't a Bengal just spring up out of absolutely zero.
Animations on the exterior. Look at how clean that exterior is. And this is
so nice. I want to just have this in the hangar just to look at it. I just want this sitting at my house. It's so pretty.
If you want these files, join my Discord and ping me, and I will share them with you. Because I am a kind individual. Look at that. It poops out the little mines. The turrets move around. The VTOLs move around. These are the VTOLs I was hoping that they would put on the Redeemer. Take off the stupid nutcrackers, put these things on. That way it would actually...
Oh, that would... Well, scale them down a tad, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Shrink to size. But these look cool as hell.
Yeah, that would have been... CIG, can we get a New Year model?
Yeah.
Steamer and
underside with the landing gear animations. This is the missile turret.
We shrunk it down just a bit.
Look at the missile turret. I
forgot about that one. That is
more VTOLs.
And the landing gear is smooth. The ship is just so launchers. High class, man.
Yeah. Like people will say, "Oh, I'm not interested in drone gameplay." I'm not really interested in the mine gameplay. I'm not all that interested in this either. But the ship is just cool as hell. And look at the
placement use it as an exploration. Don't they have exploration mines, scanning mines, probes? There we go, probes. Use it as a gunboat and just fill it with probes. I'm so glad it's leaked out.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the Perseus turret face, though? Doesn't the Perseus
so.
have...
Looks different to me. Either way, super cool ship.
Yeah, very. No, it's completely different. I'm just dumb.
So sidetrack. Sorry, got a little bit sidetracked because I love the Nautilus, but yeah, it's in concept, but that's what concept looks like. Or white box concept for the Nautilus. Otherwise, there's been no hint. But, well, we have this up. What is interesting? There we go. They did work on space mines. They did a little bit of narrative work and weapons feature work back in May, June of this year, and they're doing more with vehicle features starting in March, April. Why would they be working on mines if they weren't?
The only ship that can lay mines isn't in the game.
Yeah. So in space, players in certain ships will gain the ability to release different types of space mines in a coordinated fashion in an attempt to trap, damage, and capture enemies or set up defensive perimeters. So just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if the Nautilus goes into production after they get space mines done, or maybe a smaller concept, but I think it'll probably be the Nautilus.
I really hope they don't just make up a new one.
For them. Yeah, I think the Nautilus is easy for them to do. So
yeah.
And yeah, that's it for the Nautilus and all things Nautilus. Back to you for what's up next? The Raylan. So we are catching up.
Got Raylan. Hey, I got both the alien. So we definitely need to hurry through these because we still got the pulse to do.
The pulse probably won't be too long, so
it's only 12:30. So
yeah.
All right. So the Raylan. I lost where we put it because there's nothing to it. It came out, it did its concept sale, and it was done. It is waiting for dev time. It is unprioritized because it is an alien ship without aliens to actually use it. It's another cargo ship. We don't have the economy hooked up, so there's no real reason to put it in. So it is a concept that's waiting for allocation. Specifically, I imagine it will be done, even though Godtech is a separate manufacturer, after the Kentucky Eye. So the best bet of it going into production soon would be right after the Kentucky Eye. Other than that, there is nothing to say. It was concepted, then shelved.
Cool.
Back to you for the little refinery that could.
The little refinery that could.
It's tiny!
Nothing to report, not even on the progress tracker. Which is interesting because the Expanse was sold back in April, right? That's when it was the concept release, April, May-ish. But it's not even on the progress tracker at all for even concept artwork in 2022 or 2021. So
weird.
Just to show that you guys I'm not crazy. MISC. No Expanse. Expanse. Else if I spell it right. Not on there. So the Expanse is actually a older concept, which just means that it was concepted prior to 2021. Other than that, we don't know when it was done.
Probably around the same time they did the Prospector.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so similar. It looks so similar. It's got a lot of the same shapes on it.
The Raylan is not Xi'an Cargo because it has its own concept art sprint.
Xi'an Cargo, from what I've heard, is the big ship that we've seen for a while back when we had some old. No, not even leaks. This was like actual stuff that they showed.
They showed off in a video, yeah.
Yeah. So Shion Cargo is squadron specific stuff. And it does say vehicle up there, right? It's a vehicle team that did it.
It was Squadron 42 art.
Art. Okay, so it could be a vehicle. It could be just cargo that is Shion specific.
Squadron 42 art teams work on literally everything.
It could be little Shion that are cargo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Squadron 42 art worked on the Bengal. They worked on the enemy ships, which is the pirate ships, the Sidnus mining droid, the Vandal fleet, Xi'an cargo. So, yeah, it's non-specific. They worked on the Idris. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. You just did the Raylan. Oh, we got out of order somehow. Oh, weird.
What did we do? What did we break?
Because I did Nautilus, you did Raylan. I already did the Expanse, so... Right?
Oh, no, you did the Expanse. We were talking about the Expanse, and then we got sidetracked by the Shion cargo.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. I was thinking Gatak Raylan because they were talking about it in chat. Nothing to report on the Expanse. Concepted prior to 2021, so we don't know when it was concepted. The only thing that's interesting is the Galaxy having a refinery module suggests that refinery gameplay is going to be a priority, probably starting in the next year in 2023. So I could see the Expanse going into production in 2023. If they're going to be working on refinery gameplay, I imagine that they will be releasing the Expanse with it. If not same time as Galaxy-ish, plus or minus a quarter, nearly so. But yeah, there's otherwise nothing to report on the Expanse. Back to you for the Perseus.
Again, back to that same all-vehicle Q&A from months ago. It's concept done as well. Waiting on dev allocation. It's kind of in that weird spot too where it's not really needed. There's no big ship to shoot at, except for in events or specific cases. So there's no general gameplay for it. So it is kind of waiting for just stuff to clear up and the game to progress. There's no specific tech that it needs, though specific tech was going to be given to it. The cargo ground door alignment was being worked on for it. Everything since has been removed from the progress tracker. So it was on the progress tracker, and then it was removed from the progress tracker, along with all the stuff that made it special. So it is currently shelved and waiting for reallocation. So that is all for that. Yep. Well, I wasn't really waiting for the Perseus. I was waiting for the Perseus to get on so they can move on to other RSI ships. Assumed that's what they do.
Yeah.
But it looks like we might get either Galaxy Polaris Perseus or Galaxy Perseus Polaris.
Yep.
Is how it's going to roll out. But I do think the Galaxy will be the first to come.
The Polaris and the Perseus really just need targets. And that's just...
She's in my late? Only by 2.5 hours.
That's okay, Blood Tide. Welcome. Thanks for coming and joining us. We are almost wrapping up with the SITREP for the concept, for the vehicles still in concept, or the unreleased vehicles. So, but the video in its entirety will be up on my YouTube tomorrow if you want to catch it there. We're almost done with this portion, but then we're going on to, you and me both, friendo. But after this, we're going to be doing hopefully a short and sweet spectrum pulse on the ship pipeline and why the estimates for dealing with the backlog are unlikely to take as long as people think. Anvil Liberator, which is our next one, and Anvil Liberator last year, so we are almost done. Is only on the progress tracker for its concept. And I imagine that this work here is finishing up concept work that was started before, because this is Q3 of 2021. Progress tracker started back here in Q1 2021, so I imagine there was more work done prior. This is where they wrapped it up prior to it being sold as a concept. So, Blizzard, did I convince you that you needed a Nautilus? Was that me? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I apologize. No, I do not.
I'm
I don't
not.
apologize.
I will never apologize for making people want Star Citizen stuff. You do mine responsibly.
Blood Tide, I think the Liberator is going to come before the Kraken. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be... Well, they only do... As far as I'm aware, they don't do loaners for ships from... Well, no, they do. It might be. You're right. No, it could be. Yeah. Liberator and Galaxy are two ships that I definitely expect to see going into production. I think the Galaxy is already in production. I think the Liberator will go into production next year. But yeah. Back to you for the...
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
All right, the Misk Odyssey, the thing we thought was going into instant production, and then as Jack stole the only prototype and went to Pyro with it. So where is the Odyssey? In concept, waiting for development time. We haven't heard anything about its production since the concept, though we probably will hear something about it, and this is just speculation, somewhere around the time of Pyro being released, and that is just pure speculation about that.
Yep.
I don't believe... Okay, it was in the progress tracker, but only for art.
Yeah, only concept art. So if you look at the concept art phase here, you can see how much longer this one is than the concept art that was shown for the Liberator. That's why I think the Liberator was concepted mostly prior to 2021, whereas this was, a pretty good long concept phase. And if you remember from the Odyssey release, they did the ISC or whatever it was on it, and they did, like a full in editor, in engine tour.
That is true. They keep stealing our concept ships.
Dirty pirates. But
Jackson's
you can see here that, for 32 weeks, it was in vehicle concept art, and they did basically an entire interior exterior mesh of the Odyssey in this period. It doesn't look as detailed as the Nautilus, but all the corridors.
I mean,
there,
it was at
components.
least ready for the show.
Yeah. So if you remember what they showed us in engine, like walking around, giving you the tour, you could see, how big the hangar was, and the vehicle bay, the whole, all that. But that's essentially where the Galaxy is right now, and there's an unannounced vehicle that matches up perfectly with it. So back to
you for the Legionnaire.
For the Legionnaire. So the Legionnaire. Oh, I lost it. There was. Let's see. Anvil, Legionnaire, Roadmap Roundup. There we go.
We only have 2, 3 to go after this one.
So the
we know that the Legionnaire is blocked by at least hacking.
There we go. And bingo. Okay, so this is the work that's been done on the Legionnaire. You can see concept art phase, narrative leading up to its concept release. Ship-to-ship docking is
done.
Yep.
Yeah.
The tech is in.
Yeah.
And then this is when it was added to the progress tracker in May, when it was sold as a concept. But at this point, it was not just that concept work here. It was actually going to be going into production. And initially, it was going into production towards the end of 2022. Then it got pushed back starting in 2023. And then that work was taken off the progress tracker. And it says, due to the vehicle awaiting a gameplay dependency from Squadron 42, this deliverable has been temporarily removed from the progress tracker. So the deliverable is still there, but what they removed was the vehicle content sprint that was was initially in here, was then pushed back to here, and then has since been removed. Well, what does the Legionnaire do? It hacks in order to board your ship. Well,
oh my.
hacking tier 0, Squadron 42 gameplay dependency, has had a crap ton of work. We've been talking about that on the podcast for a while now. I almost guarantee you the gameplay dependency from Squadron 42 that the Legionnaire is waiting on, is hacking. And once hacking is done or done enough that they can start production of the Legionnaire, that it will go back into production.
Blizzard, the reason that we don't have ships that can dock to other ships is because there's no ships that dock with ships. The Merlin docking to the colony was the feature. We don't have any other purpose to do. There's no ships have been set up for it other than those two ships.
Yeah, the other ships haven't been set up for it. They did the tech, and the proof of concept was the Connie P-52, combo. And so the tech is there, but that means that somebody has to go back and do the work for the little docking tunnels for ships to dock to each other. And that part they haven't done yet. But the tech
that
is
requires
the bigger
an update
hurdle.
on all of the ships.
Yeah.
And, they don't...
I think that's
not all ships have docking capability.
Yeah. And I think that's low-hanging fruit. I don't think that's a big thing, but that's a vehicle feature team ask, and the vehicle feature team is busy with Squadron 42 requirements right now. So therefore, it's not...
Isn't refueling via Star? Yes, that is also ship-to-ship docking. So actually, no, you are correct. All ships have some form of ship-to-ship docking for fueling.
It uses the same tech, the same physics work in order to make those things function in the game. But, So no player stations made up of 24,534 ships docked to each other yet.
Yet. is the key word there. Yet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Flotillas will be made.
But that is it for the Legionnaire. So we'll keep an eye on hacking and see if the Legionnaire goes back into production soon. The other thing is, the Legionnaire needs targets, and really it needs larger targets. So
it needs a Kraken.
Yeah. But what I'm hoping for is being able to dock the Legionnaire and disable the Xenothreat Idris and board the effing thing. I know they don't want Squadron 42 spoilers, but that would be a great way to get past that. Be like, you know what? We're going to let you board it. You'll be able to disable it, do the whole soft kill thing. You won't be able to steal it, but you can board it, kill Xenothreat, take their loot, and then, whatever,
That would be amazing.
That's the gameplay.
They should do that too. Both also the Idris that you can make spawn with the one thing
for the bounty. It's the what gang is that? It's
I know.
I haven't done.
I've been a part of it like twice, and we got it down like 10 seconds. Arlington mission. Yeah. All right.
890s too. Yeah.
Yeah, the 890s is just like Anyway, the UTV, the utilitarian terrain vehicle. I don't. It was.
It's adorable.
So it's amazing. It's the golf cart with guns, or not with guns, but for guns.
Gun ranks.
It's the ship, or it's the vehicle that will be used for like your commanding officer running around the base. This is that ship. It was concepted out when they did the Steve or the STV. They also redid the PTV at the same time. The PTV and UTV are both still concept ready and waiting for dev time. Again, these are super small ships, so they'll be dropped in when there's an overlap in schedule, or they have just little time to burn before switching on. Maybe for what's the word? the thing that makes people do something to get done, and to a treat or something to entice the artist or something. Like, hey, you really like the UTV, you get that work done in time, I'll give you this. That is a big thing in being a producer in the software space, is finding what is positive motivation for your team. So if somebody really wants to work on a ship, you say, okay, get that work done, you get to play with this. That was actually used on the Retaliator landing gear. The landing gear needed to be done, and they wanted to move on to a different ship. And like, okay, you can move on to that ship when the landing gear is done. So we got the landing gear done pretty quick. So back to you for the Crusader Spirit.
Again, for the
other people that were working on the...
So, show transcript. Spirit.
People that were working on the cutter, they moved on to
I only knew or figured out Spirit Fingers were a thing like 2 days ago.
The people who are working on the cutter are now working on the Spirit. The Spirit, so they just talked about it right here in the IAE 2952 Super Vehicle Super Talk. And, oops, closed the wrong thing. It is on the progress tracker. Interestingly enough, it is just one deliverable right now. They didn't, unlike the Hercules, they didn't break it up into the variants. So concept art right here, very short concept art, which suggests to me that this was concepted prior. I would be willing to bet the Crusader Spirit was concepted closer to when the other Crusader ships were being concept or were in production at that time, and they just didn't release it at that point as a concept. But now that it's going into production. They did say that they're working mostly on the bomber variant. I'm sure they're also probably going to work on the cargo variant. But the transport missions have been put on and removed from the progress tracker, and I don't think we will see the E1 until those missions come back on. The good thing is a lot of the tech for those missions is done. It's just essentially work needing, they need the mission feature team to work on making those missions with the tech that they have in game now.
That will probably be post-server mission.
Could be, yeah. I mean,
just like what stuff they're working on and what stuff they want to get done.
It's one of those things that I expect to see going into production this year, and I don't think this next year. Yeah. And it's also not a big, huge ask. When they've scheduled it before, it was not a very long block of work. Like I said, the tech part is done. The mission feature team needs to take the pieces of tech and put them together into features in order to make the content, make the missions. But yeah, then that is the Crusader Spirit. And the last, but certainly not least, the RSI Galaxy. Nazeris, you there?
Yep, I'm here. I figured you were waiting to introduce and stuff. Anyway, it's fine. Oh. So the RSI Galaxy, our latest concept ship, and the thing that sparked the entire debate on the backlog. So where is it? Was it done? And why don't we have it in our hands? So it's concept ready, done, solved, waiting for allocation. As we've talked about in this show previously, it will probably be sooner rather than later. So far, we don't have any confirmations on it being anywhere, but according to Tree sources, at least, it is in the works, just as a unannounced. And if you want to know how really ready they are to work on this, if you look at the ISC where they talked about it, they weren't talking far off in their choice of words. They were talking, hey, we're ready to tackle modularity kind of word. So this might be coming out sooner than normal, or sooner rather than later, with its cargo module and its refining module that may be a smaller ask than an entire ship, so they might just do that instead of and then do the expanse next. Speculation. But it is definitely something that is high on their radar, and they also want to make sure it was a civilian ship. So, it is currently, much like all the rest, still done concept, so white box is done. So, keep that in mind as we go on to the Spectrum Pulse, but is still waiting, as far as we know, awaiting dev allocation to begin gray box and production ship to come into the game. If it does come into the game soon, I imagine that will be 4.0 or 4.1. Was your little list there say?
Oh, I think later than that.
Oh, really?
Well, 4. Yeah, okay. I would say 4.1, 4.2, but yeah.
4.1, 4.2. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, asking for 4.0 is maybe a bit much. I will.
It just depends. That also is like, depends on when 4.0 is. Because if 4.0 is Q3 and 4.1 is Q4, then that's a whole year of production time ish.
Yeah, but that should be easy to do in that ship. It's not a big ship. By the way, Bloodtide said I'll melt my STV for UTV. Why not both? I know you said that later, but yeah, just both. Just 4 of the STVs, another 4 of the UTVs. I want all the vehicles. I can't wait till we get rid of the vehicle spawn cap, so I can just spawn all the vehicles, especially just like dealing them out to all my friends. I'll just buy so many vehicles.
So initially, I was hoping that this was going to be my Anvil LPD, not LHD, because LHD would be too big and it's probably not going to be player ownable. But an LPD could be player ownable, just because of how long the concept phase is. Basically over a year of concept.
Wouldn't an LHD be an Anvil Kraken?
Yeah, well, bigger. A
javelin-sized Anvil Kraken.
Probably even bigger than that. I think the LPD would be Kraken plus size. Just comparing it to current metrics of what an LPD is versus an LHD.
The javelin's is twice the size of the Kraken.
Yeah, and
in length alone.
I think an LHD in Star Citizen terms would be bigger than bigger than a javelin. I think it would be looking at cruiser to battlecruiser size.
Polaris size.
Yeah. But this is if you're watching us right now, this is the one that I think, this is the unannounced vehicle that I think is the Galaxy. And we probably won't, hopefully we'll find out, and it will become announced next Wednesday, when the next Roadmap Roundup is. So
on the 14th?
It'll be good to get some confirmation, though.
Oh, you mean 7th? Not today, the 7th.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, is that all of them?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
We got through it.
So that is all of the... Oh gosh, this guy's whining in the comments of Paul's captain's table about the extra small hangar on the Galaxy.
Which is still bigger than a Carrack.
It's like, dude, the whole point of it being modular is to, it's like if it was modular and had a extra small hangar, then it would be like nearly self-sufficient.
You mean a small hangar?
Yeah, no, extra small. Extra small is what is on the Odyssey. Because now you can't bring your prospector with you. That's the point. It needs to have an Achilles heel. It needs to not be able to, you can't have a ship that does everything. Is basically self-efficient. You can't say.
And we'll get there.
Yeah,
there will eventually be a ship that is just bigger, Polaris sized, with a hangar that can support a prospector.
Mm-hmm.
The Odyssey also has a mining thing, so you can bring some other vehicle in the hangar to do something else.
or that's what your liberator's for, or you use a mole that has longer legs, but that's the entire point of this game, is so you can't have, and even the Carrack the Carrack does a lot of things at a low level. The only thing the Carrack does at a high level is like jump point scanning, and like basically scanning in general.
The more I use the Carrack, Blizzrad, the more I want just something else. It doesn't do anything anywhere next to good.
Yep.
Like, the hangar's too small, the ship's too big, there's, like...
Yeah, that's right.
Half the ship is pointless. Like, I think the most valuable thing in it is the size of the kitchen.
Yeah.
Like, there's a ton of ways of space. The entire armory, like, the Fort Knox in the back, makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, could you, like, donate some of that armory to the Hammerhead? 0 sense. The cargo area is way too small to actually make any use of. Like, they could have made the cargo a bit bigger and less armory. Like, there's so many guns you can fit in this thing. The mapping functionality is great, but it doesn't have enough computers, so you're gonna have to be offloading that data if you're collecting it so frequently. It is gonna be really bad at a lot of things, but it'll do a lot of things. And I would like many flavors of the Carrack skewed in each of those ways. So,
yep,
Carrack kind of sucks.
So that is it for the biggest SITREP ever.
Kraken is mobile base. Kraken is mobile base.
Yeah. But that is the current status of every unreleased ship. And leading into our Spectrum Pulse for this evening, that was the part of the point of that SITREP, is to give you a frame of mind of, okay, here's all the unreleased ships and what is the status of all of them. And now we're going to talk about how the ship pipeline works and why all the estimates that people are making about how long it's going to take to get through this backlog, particularly for the larger ships, why that's probably the estimates that people are making is not accurate. And we're not going to go into detail about the pipeline. We're just going to show you what information CIG has shared. So you can go back and watch the videos yourself and look at the image yourself. They have made changes like we have talked about, but we're going to go back to when they first started talking about the pipeline to us. And
Shelf.
So there's 2 videos that really sort of lay the groundwork for it, and then we've gotten little verbal cues here and there about the updates since there, things that they've changed. And so the first one, February 9th, 2017, was a Around the Verse. If you're not from that far back, Around the Verse is the predecessor to ISC.
Much quirkier, more fun, less formal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, less formal. So they did 2 episodes. This first one is 2 sections, but the first part talking about the pipeline was the concept phase to gray box. And the second one was Around the Verse from March 30th of 2017, so like a month and a half later, where they did part 2, which is gray box to flight ready. And the big thing that came out of that, besides the details on how the ship pipeline works, was, let's see, this image. And this image, was referenced in the video multiple times. I want this to go away. There we go.
Because it's not listed here, I will note the green that says AD is art director. So you know.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. They don't
CR is obviously Chris Roberts.
Yep.
So for those that like, I don't care about Chris Roberts, look how many times his name is on this page.
Yeah.
Every ship you love was touched by him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
Yeah. And I don't even think he's that involved anymore, because this was in 2017. And since then, they have gotten investors, they have a board of directors, and he's taken a much higher level view, and so I don't think he gets brought in
more time
as often as he used to.
I think he, I think he trusts his John. I think he trusts John Crew a lot more.
Yeah, John, and the God, God bless whoever has to replace Paul Jones, because Paul Jones is a saint, and I love him in a completely platonic and way. Gavin Rothery, I think that CR trusts them a lot more, and I'm sure he probably gets presented on, hey, we've got this, these things coming out, or these are what's being worked on, but I don't think we get detailed. Chris walks over to the desk and you give him a little presentation on where things are, at concept final approval, gray box final approval, final approval from CR at every step of the way. There's with everything that's going on, CR doesn't have time for that. It's just not realistic. But 2017 was a much different time. The studio was a lot smaller. There was a lot less going on, a lot less moving parts. But this is basically the layout for what the ship pipeline is. And you can see, and I will put this image and the link to it. You can find this image on the SC Tools wiki. I'll also throw it in my Discord. It will be in the show notes. So if you want to find it, you can look at it. It's also referenced in the videos that we just talked about, which are also in the show notes. But things start with design, and you get the design brief with the writers, the narrative team, and designers trying to figure out, okay, what as far as ships go, what holes do we need to fill? And then, based off of the basic design, the design notes, it goes on to the concept phase where the artists are doing, generally starting out with 2D sketches, getting the shape language, the art style down. They also figure out what manufacturer it would be. They sort of get a little bit of lore going on as, to sort of set the stage for why this ship exists in Star Citizen. And in this concept phase, it used to be just the 2D images and the drawings that we get. Now concept includes white box, where things are going into 3D art, 3D modeling, in order to get the full 3D shape language, the size and scope of the ship, the interior layout, where things are. But you can see that there's animation, there's tech design, all these different parts in here, which are illustrated by what we were looking at with the white box videos of the Nautilus. So that was white box, and that's why now when a ship is a concept ship and released as a concept sail, it's not just concept. It's the concept phase includes white box, so that way the information they give to us is much more concrete as far as the size metrics, as far as the component metrics and everything. And they're also able to show us a lot more about what that ship will look like versus just the 2D images, in order to essentially get us to buy more of them, fall in love with them more. That's why when with the Odyssey, the Galaxy, ships like that, they do those videos where they give you the full, essentially the tour, a lot of the time, in order to get you really hooked. And then gray box is where they're taking that rough 3D art, because you'll oftentimes see white box is very plain and a lot of just very plain geometric shapes starting out, but then it moves farther along in order to get more defined shape language, so that way you actually know you have a really good frame of reference of the size of things, especially for like hallways and stuff. And then in gray boxes where you get a lot more detail, a lot more greebling, that's where they start to put in that sort of stuff. It's still gray. It doesn't have any color to it. there's not really there's a little bit of lighting, but not a whole lot. It's still very rough. But you're getting the modeling and the surfacing, so that way the ship becomes much more recognizable. And then when you're going into 3D art, and getting closer to final art, this would be sort of like the Lot Zero level, Lot Zero and then into final art, where Lot Zero, they talked about it the other day, where the ship is right here. This is the level of detail that you see. And, so that way we get the highest level of detail first, and then they work their way back, to, LOD 100, LOD 1000, which is basically just the level of detail on the ship at the various distances that you'd be viewing it from. So that way it's performant, and then you're also getting all these other passes through here as they're adding in this information, and detail, tweaking it, adding more to it, finalizing it. But if you're familiar with these things, you start to see when these things come in, and where they are as part of the entire ship pipeline. So it's pretty detailed. The biggest things that they've changed has been making it so that way when they do concept a ship, they include the white box phase. And some of the white box phases, some of the ships, when they go through white box, they get a little bit more detailed than others. But they do include the concept phase. What's that?
Like Lorville.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Close. Oh, I didn't mean to close that all the way. Whoops.
Aw. That's it. Presentation's over. Go home.
Yep. Yeah, call it a night. There we go. Whoops. There we go. All right. So, you've got these two videos, which is where they go through and in detail. Throughout these videos, they go over that image I just showed you and explain more in detail about what those different phases are and what occurs in them. What teams are doing those different bits of work. And it just, I wanted to include this quote right here. Let's see, we're going to scroll back a little bit. Because in summer of 2021, they did this ISC that looked at the hospitals being added to the standard system, but they also talked about what gold standard means when it comes to the ship pipeline. And I actually wanted to watch this because it's, at least for a few minutes, in order to get, a little bit of context about what gold standard means.
Let's shift gears now to spaceships, specifically Aegis stalwarts, the Gladius, Saber, and Retaliator, and find out what it really means to be the gold standard in a pipeline that is continuously evolving to this day and beyond.
The gold standard pass is what we are terming this current pass on the vehicles. We are implementing primarily cockpit button placement, could be button animations, making sure everything is symmetric, both character and item-wise, exposing all the ship items, lighting passes, material passes. Gold standard is finishing the ship to as complete a standard as we can with the feature set that we have right now in the game. The first ship that we put through this pass was the Aegis Gladius.
I was a little nervous working on the Gladius because it is like the Star Squadron, and I wanted to make sure I did a good job on it. And then also coupled with the fact that because Squadron are using it, I had to make sure that I didn't break anything with each submit so they can keep working on Squadron and still able to test and work on it. We started off with adding component hatches and a personal inventory. Gladius didn't seem to have any visible headlight source, so I went in and added some nice big headlights for that at the front. And then it was just, like I said, with the thruster glows as well, trying to get them to look nice and read from a distance. Adding the fuel port on it as well. And then, yeah, just like some geo optimizations and material optimizations and more stuff that you don't necessarily would see, but makes the game, more optimized and runs better.
So on the next ship, which was...
All right, so he's going to talk about the Saber. So let's skip ahead of the Saber. It's kind of interesting that they chose the Saber gold standard. I don't know if the Saber Nazeris, do you know if the Saber is in Squadron 42? I have no idea.
I believe so. I know I've seen. I'm gonna go look up now.
So let's watch this little bit about the Retaliator gold standard, because the gold standard for the Gladius isn't huge. I mean, they're optimizing the ship. They add components.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, sweet. They optimize the look and sounds, animations, lighting, everything with the Gladius. They added the things that weren't there before because they had the new features that, like John was talking about. So you've got the components now. You've got personal inventory space. Actual physical inventory space with the gun racks and weapon racks. They work on the switches, the UI, everything to bring it up to the current, best of the best standard based off of what they have. And obviously the Retaliator is a bigger fish to fry, because it doesn't just have a cockpit, it has a full interior that's walkable, it has larger components, it has a lot more function. And so this is the little talk about the Retaliator gold standard work, which you can see on the progress tracker, which we haven't gotten in game. Because why? Modularity. Doesn't work yet.
Saber gold standard process.
So the Retaliator gold standard is obviously a much larger task than the Gladius and Saber. Has all the same criteria of work, so looking at the cockpit, looking at the components, adding all the things, checking everything's symmetric. But because it's got an interior, then there's additional tasks added. So the same work we do for the cockpit of the pilot has to be done for the turrets. The components that you can physically take out of the ship, can you physically take them out of the ship? Do the doors need to be wider, etc.? Now you've made the doors wider, do they still fit in the ship when they open? And we also took the time to look at the central room and thought, can we improve on this? We decided to remove the top and bottom docking collars and go for a side airlock, which also helps for docking because that's just a natural walking on transition. And then because we'd lost a lift on that side, we then realised we had to make the lift on the other side slightly larger to accommodate essentially 2 lifts worth of people. So then you've now just got 1 lift on that side of the ship to get in and a docking collar on the other side to get in. Thing that the Retaliator has is the customizable room modules, and there's a cargo module front and back, a dropship module at the front.
Seeing the white box, gray box, and then
they were all brought up to current standards. So when modularity comes on as a swappable item, they are good to go. That's where we're at with the first gold standard ships. Obviously going to go through all the ships, but we are going to focus on the ones that feature heavily in Squadron 42 first, and then we will roll on to your favourite ship afterwards.
So what did we learn this week?
Yeah, so the modules are done. The modules are done. They're to gold standard. The Retaliator is at gold standard. It's ready to go. The only problem is they can't move because that new ship is modular ready. They can't bring it into the PU because the PU isn't modular ready, and so soon TM. It is what it is. But you saw that the difference in the work as it went through that pipeline. That also includes bringing it up tech-wise. And so everybody, a lot of people, when we're talking about the resource management being a prerequisite for it, for the Retaliator, it's not. Because the Retaliator was brought up to the gold standard. So it has all its components. It has the resource network system built into it. The only thing they're working on resource network, resource management wise, is the gameplay associated with it. The ship should be ready because the old pipe system, now resource network, resource management system, has been a part of ships for years now, like since 2018. And now they just brought last year they brought the the Retaliator up to that gold standard to include that system. So there's that bit. And let's see, where were we? Back to my notes.
Why is the F8 Lightning so good?
Yeah, right.
Is it the smallest
backup.
one-person vehicle with a turret? Is it the only one-person vehicle? Nope, the Hornet does have a turret. The F7A has a turret as well. Which also isn't in the Precision universe. Man, I would like an F8 without the front teeth. The front, like, sideburns things.
Yeah.
Oh, really cool.
So the vehicle pipeline. So we have, oops, let me open up that other image because we didn't mean to close that one either.
Yeah, Hurricane is 2 people, by the way.
Yeah. So here are our unreleased ships. And here is the vehicle pipeline that ships go through. Now, granted, this is out of date, but it has evolved, but it functionally hasn't changed in a big way. They've, moved things around. They've added things here and there in order to, they've made the process more efficient. They've made the process more accurate. But a lot of people seem to think that the pipeline is so slow that they can only get one capital ship done a year. It'll take a year and a half, because in I think it was the August of 2022. Oh, dang it. I didn't grab that link. So in August of 2022, there's a quote from one of these all vehicle Q&As where John Cruz said, here, let's just, we'll find it. I'll pull it up because
it should be one of the ones in the dock.
I had it, and now I can't see it. I'm not seeing it. But I know how to find it really quick because I've had to find it multiple times over the last few days to share with people who have been. Let's see. So people are very upset about the BMM potentially being shelved. I don't think it's going to get shelved. I think it will keep the skeleton crew, but they'll keep working on it so that way it will continue to make progress until they can ramp up production when we're closer to needing capital ships, to needing a trading ship, a big large scale trading ship. So let's see right here.
Wow, for like the modularity. Let's talk about the larger capital ships, the Idris, the Polaris, stuff like that. This isn't going to be a status update because there isn't a status update. The question is, what is needed tech and resource wise before we can start adding larger capital ships like the Polaris or the Idris to the
shortly, but yes.
Yep. Sorry, no, this is running long, but we got lots of information to cover. Biker Scout, first time. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you hopping in. We've got a little bit left on this Spectrum Pulse, but this VOD, of course, will be up on Twitch, and then I'll upload the entire video tomorrow on YouTube. and then over the next several days, I'll be uploading the individual segments as well.
Game.
There's a bunch of optimization work. Naturally, ships of that size, they have a cost to them, and as they are, like Idris and Javelin specifically, they are going into Squadron first and being adjusted to Squadron's needs, where they can be a bit more generous with performance than Star Citizen can. So aside from that, we're obviously somewhat at the mercy of those teams. We don't want to have the PU Idris and the Squadron Idris. Just to use a wild example that is not true. Say Squadron want to make the Idris 50 meters longer for whatever reason. We then have to take that on the PU side. So we want to be absolutely sure nothing else is changing on those ships before we bring them into players' hands, because otherwise it's a waste of time for both teams internally. From a gameplay side, we don't want them to just feel like, hey, this is just a ship that is big and handles slowly, and I sit in the pilot seat and I can fire all the Idris's guns from my pilot seat, but I move at 10 meters a second and I rotate at 5 degrees a minute.
Which is all it would be if we put it in today.
Yes.
It would just be like a big, fat, slow Connie.
Yeah. Things like resource network are critical to having a fun multi-crew experience on board a ship like that, because that gives you all that engineer gameplay that everyone loves. Then there's like other supplementary systems that really gel. Like we have docking in game. Docking is like, we have refueling. Refueling is like an advancement on the docking system that we put in game. Player-controlled ATC is a refinement on top of refueling, and you need that for like the Idris and Javelin for controlling, bringing ships in. And we want to put these ships in game in players' hands when they bring a worthwhile, noticeable like gameplay to them. We don't want to just treat it as like a box ticking exercise. Go, hey, Idris is done. Shove it in game.
And I think also, like, these ships are a big investment of internal art and design resources and all the other teams that it takes to kind of make a ship. And like I say, if it's all that investment is going into just making a big empty experience, it's kind of not great.
But Ben, I'm reading in chat right now from Jengalath. He says the Idris has been done for 3 years. Hasn't it been done for 3 years?
I think he's lying.
That's what Jengalath in the chat says.
Because if it is done, then great, because we can just scratch off a massive amount of time in our schedule.
Yeah. No, it is not done.
No, it's not done. Like what we've shown of it, and there is areas of the ship that look great. It is not ready to go out.
Yeah. But as John was just saying, it's not just a question of whether even if it was geometry done, it's not a question of just the geometry being done. That's not all that is involved in making a ship of that size and that scale and that play type, viable for the game. So it's not enough.
And if everyone is happy with what they've seen in game so far and they're classing that as done, then also that's cool, because that takes a lot of time off our schedule as well.
Yeah. All right, let's see. What else do we got from the... Let's go back to the chat here. Let's see. We'll do a follow-up question to that. So, we've discussed why the Polaris and the Idris, these bigger ships that folks have been waiting on for a while, they're not in the game today. They need all these other gameplay systems, all these other features to go with them in order to make them something more. And somebody said I was bashing the Connie. I'm not bashing the Connie. I love the Connie. The Connie Phoenix is like my ship. So I was saying you don't want it to just be a big version of it. You want it to be more.
Exactly, 'cause it's got a hot tub.
Oh, the groundwork has been laid for
it's more the aquariums
constant.
than the hot tub, personally.
Okay.
Not the bar.
And the bar.
The bar.
So there's that bit of context. So everybody's all up in arms about the Banu Merchantman. Why would they shelve it? They just effing told you. And the issue is the quote that everybody keeps going back to for their napkin math that's a bunch of hooey is we'll get to that here in a second, but it's John Crew later on in this segment saying, if I could put the Polaris into production right now, it would take a significant chunk of the UK team 12 to 18 months to get it out. Okay, that's one team, but more importantly, why would they put the Polaris into production right now? There's not gameplay to support the Polaris. There's not resource.
Also, that's starting on a tile set that they don't have.
Yeah, it's starting on the Polaris, which has a little bit of shape language and stuff, but it doesn't share a whole lot with things like the Bengal or the Constellation. That's why they're doing the Galaxy, in order to pave the way for the Polaris and really the Perseus too. 70 years, totally 70 years. I'll be dead. I hope my great grandchildren like this game. Blah blah blah. So they don't want to add something that doesn't add to the experience. Well, the same thing applies to the BMM. The BMM is now a capital ship. It's huge. But until we have resource management, they won't have that gameplay. You also won't have resource management and resource networking and repair and all that, allowing a ship that is a capital ship to actually have the survivability that it needs in the game. Because right now, people are still soloing a hammerhead in fighters. You can't have that. You can't have that if you're going to be introducing these capital ships, and have them just be insanely vulnerable because you don't have effective multi-crew gameplay, because you don't have these systems that allow for them to have the durability that they're supposed to. Not even, and that's just the being attacked part. You with the Polaris, with the Perseus, with other ships on here, what sense does it make to bring in the Idris or the Javelin right now? There's what are you going to shoot with them? What are you going to kill with them? You don't have the gameplay. We don't have the player counts. You don't have the technology. And earlier to the quote that we just watched, they also talked about how there are technical requirements. The game doesn't perform at a place where we can have numerous player-owned capital ships running around, just absolutely tanking the frames. We still need ship interior culling for other players, who don't want to see your Idris's interior and have that, absolutely tank their frames. Luckily, we've got Gen 12 coming, but then there's Vulcan. So there's a lot of work that has to go into making the game and the gameplay, the game engine itself and the gameplay ready for ships like the Idris, ships like the Javelin, and that's just combat, But if you're looking at the big capital ships, which is what everybody's worried about, it's going to, if it takes them 12 to 18 months to make a Polaris, it's going to take them forever. Okay, the reason they haven't started working on some of these ships is because we don't have the gameplay, we don't have the mechanics. And so as we get closer to having those
stuff bigger.
Yeah. As we're getting closer to having those mechanics in game, that's when we'll see the Idris and the Javelin moving into game, when we start having things that, you actually need those to shoot at. But the other aspect of it is, just because it takes 12 to 18 months to make a ship, that's what's called flight time. If it takes a certain segment of a team, 12 to 18 months to make a ship, that doesn't mean that's the total throughput of CIG. Now, we're going to get to that quote real quick for context, so that way we can come back to the next point that we need to make about this, about why all this, back of the napkin math is so far off. Yeah. 890 jump doesn't have its gameplay loops. That's why the 890 jump, here we'll pull up this. So the 890 jump is in.
They learned from the Starfarer, their Herald, the MSR.
They actually mentioned the Starfarer as the example of why they don't want to release ships without gameplay anymore. And I got into it with Burks, with Captain Burks, because he's like, oh, they didn't stop them from releasing the Starfarer. It's like, The Starfarer is a daily driver. Just because it doesn't have data running doesn't mean it doesn't have gameplay. And yeah, they want ships to have their specific gameplay, but people fly around in their Star Runner all day long. You can move cargo.
I actually will be upgrading. So I daily drive right now in game a what's it called? Nomad. And the ship I'm looking to get into off the Nomad is the MSR because it's got the bigger vehicle bay and it just a bit chunkier. It's got more guns on it. You can bring it's a lot more multiplayer friendly. So I don't even care that it doesn't have its scanning or data. It is a big Nomad for all intents and purposes. Solo, I usually fly my cutter, but when I have a team, I fly. If I have like a team of 5, I'd go straight to the Carrack. But if I have like me and 2 other people, like up to two other people, MSR is a really good one for that. You can bring 2 vehicles along. Really nice. It made sense to come in now. Now that it needs to go through a complete reconcept. They like absolutely hate where it ended up because we need another doorway or another way to get in the ship, and and the gameplay needs to be added to the vents. That's fun.
Yeah,
we're talking about that. Also on the latest all vehicle talk. But yeah.
So let's see. I think it's here.
Making sure that I can follow the logic. Yeah, I gotcha.
Ship.
For folks talking about the Polaris, asking about the Polaris, look at the earlier questions about multi-crew and what's necessary for the big capital ships. Is there anything more you can add on the Polaris other than it needs all those other multi-crew systems first?
Same as the 600i had a full reconcept pass. Again, maybe we'll show that in a upcoming event.
Okay, but like we discussed, with all the
nothing.
Stuff, yeah.
There are no.
Dang it! Where's that quote? I'm so upset at myself for losing that timestamp because I had it.
It is easier to pick up a new object and build it than pick up an old object and figure out why it's broken.
Oh, there we go.
That's probably why they introduced.
Wrong video.
That's probably why they.
And
if I could click my fingers now, aren't starting with the Galaxy. They already started. Sorry.
Okay, so here we go.
There is no one answer that applies to every ship. It is a combination of the resources we have at the time. If you take, if I could click my fingers now, put the Polaris into production, that would take out a big chunk of the UK team for maybe 12, 18 months, which means we can't deliver a constant flow of other vehicles in patches. So you could go multiple patches without any vehicle release or any support for other features coming out. So we have to balance that across not just delivering vehicles, but supporting the other teams. The last few years, we've been trying to not push vehicles out without their gameplay. So things like the Crucible, we could make the Crucible now, but we don't really want it floating around without the repair gameplay to go alongside. So whilst I can control the production of the vehicle, I have to rely and work with other directors to get their side delivered alongside it. And the problems that affect me of, hey, we've changed our minds for IE, we want to do this instead, also affects them for other things, like the feature they're working on now might be delayed for another team, which delays the feature I need for this vehicle. So we chop and change a lot. And then also, if you have artists especially, hey, you're working on this big ship for 18 months. You don't want to put them on another big ship for 18 months afterwards. You want to break that and give them, hey, here's a nice little snub ship to do. So that's why you might see like a random ground vehicle come out from nowhere, because they are much quicker relatively to do and gives those people a nice like palette refresh of what they're doing. So yeah, we're not actively ignoring the older ships. A lot of them have gameplay consequences and gameplay requirements that I don't have an answer of when they will come online, so I can't plan developing those ships at that point.
And not for nothing.
So, like what Nazeris was talking about earlier, filler ships. John Crew just said it.
You've also been misquoted.
What?
He said a good chunk of the UK. He didn't even say the entire UK.
Yeah, that's what I've been meaning.
That's even smaller than what you've been saying.
Yeah. No, I've said a good chunk of the UK team. The UK team. The UK team is a part of the EU vehicle content team, of which they have the EU vehicle content team and the US vehicle content team. So, if he was to start, snap his fingers, start, production of the Polaris right now. Okay, the UK vehicle aspect of the team might not get out another vehicle for that 12 to 18 months. The rest of the UK team, the rest of the EU vehicle content team, the US vehicle content team could still produce ships and vehicles. So that's the difference between flight time and throughput. Flight time is it would take that many people, however many it is, from the UK team working on the Polaris, 12 to 18 months to do it. But that's the flight time for how long it takes. Not all those people are working on that ship the entire time. As we have demonstrated on our Roadmap Roundup updates using the Shinytracker, when with the Bandit Merchantman on the progress tracker, it shows that 19 people were working on it, for this long sprint. That's not how it works. That means that 19 people are assigned to it over that period. But, this person works on it for a few weeks here, this person a few weeks here. It's all broken up. And so it's not 19 people the entire time. It's 19 people over the entire flight time of the production of that ship. And so these artists might come in here and work on it for a few months, and they get their part done, and then they go work on something else. So it isn't taking up that entire team for the entire 12 to 18 months. That's what everybody's getting so egregiously wrong about how this works, how the ship pipeline works, in that they think that these people are committed the entire time. And that it's, not only these people are committed the entire time, but that's all of the entire ship team. And they're entirely committed the entire time, and nothing else happens. Well, if that was the case, then how would we have the Idris? How would we have the Javelin? How would we have the Bengal? Because, I know that they said a few minutes ago, okay, well, the Idris isn't done. No, it's still got gameplay requirements. There's still, polish, work to be done, blah, blah, blah. But
they've been doing a lot of updates on the interior, specifically alongside with narrative. For Squadron, and also adding in the tech that's now coming online as they finish out their tech debt. Cards was one of the things
that they added. But a lot of that
added.
stuff is not the vehicle content team. It is not John Crew's people. That is other teams coming in and doing their work on the ships, not the people who actually produce the ship. As far as the ship production team is concerned, the Idris is very nearly done. The last little bit. And it's stuff that they've been waiting to do because they can't do it because they've been waiting on other people. Same thing with the Javelin. Same thing with the Bengal. And the Bengal is literally big enough that you can fit every ship in the PU right now inside of it at the same time with a lot of room to spare. That is such an insane amount of digital ship tonnage. And people think that it will take 10 years to get through the backlog of capital ships when the Bengal itself is bigger than all those capital ships combined. So I don't understand how people seem to think that it would take 10 to 12 years to get through the backlog of capital ships when in the last 8 years, John Crew's team has produced the Idris, essentially 99% done. Javelin, 99% done. Bengal, 99% done.
That's not mentioning the Retribution.
I don't know if they've even touched that.
They have.
I won't speak about the Retribution because I don't know anything about that. I haven't seen shit about
I know that they have a good portion of the external geo.
Yeah. But we also know, and if you watched my video about the Squadron 42 leak, We also know that there are other capital ships, UE capital ships, in Squadron 42. We don't know what their interior is like, but if you watch them, and you'll notice, spoiler alert, it's a whole bunch of copy pasta from the Bengal. Just like they were talking about how, if you have made a corridor for Aegis, you've made all the corridors for Aegis, or nearly so. Same thing. They've taken all that work that they did for the Bengal, and they're using it to make other ships already that are absolutely massive. That's just the UEE ships. We're not even talking about the Vandal ships. So how is it possible that CIG's vehicle throughput is so limited that they couldn't get through the backlog of this backlog of ships in 10 years when they've created far more, many, many times more than what we have here of ships in just the last, 6 to 8 years with a smaller team, because CIG has continued to grow at an exponential rate over the last 10 years. So they've done an immense amount of work with, as you go back in time, fewer and fewer people on the team. And the last point to make, and I'm not going to pull it up in the report, but essentially CIG is at about 850 to 870 people right now, give or take. Well, last year's letter from the chairman mentioned that the goal was to have, it was to increase the size of the UK studio to 700 people by 2023 and 1,000 people by 2026.
According to LinkedIn, they are currently at 608.
Yeah, that's way old. The 2020 financial report shows them at like 700.
Okay, but the amount of people that are on LinkedIn is 608.
Yeah. But that's just the UK team. And that was last year when they were at like 700. So in 5 years...
Feverishly, they said they're hiring.
Yeah. The goal is in 5 years from 5 years from last year to nearly double the size of CIG. To go from 700 plus people to over 1,600. And you're like, well, wait a minute. You just
moving.
Yeah, wait a minute. You're like, wait a minute. You just said 700 and then 1,000 people. That's just the UK team. The UK team is right now was at like 300 or 400 people as of last year, and they wanted to add 300 more people within 3 years, and then additional 300 people within 3 years after that. That's not including the other teams. Because guess what?
I'm going to take this opportunity to drop that into the link. That's the Cloud Imperium jobs forums. If you guys have...
They're hiring like crazy. They're growing like crazy. That's just the UK team. That's not including the Germany team, which just, everybody's been talking about the UK studio. Nazeris and I did a big old thing about it. Because we got super excited about it.
136 positions listed. They are hiring more than what's listed. Yeah. Like, you'd be shocked how much word of mouth gets you a job in the games. You probably wouldn't. A lot of word of mouth stuff gets you hired. Like, if somebody, let's say from EA, gets hired, and they had an artist or someone they really liked working for, they go up to their head like, "Hey, I know a guy who actually good at this over at EA, and he's looking for a change of pace." And they'd call him up and say, "Hey, you want a job?" And he's like, "Yeah," and he'd jump over. Got 2 for the price of 1. That happens a lot. And Cloud Imperium Games is becoming a destination developer. Like, you hear about Sarah McLachlan going off and working with the Wipeout team, and Paul Jones going off and working with Ubisoft. Jobs they've had. Star Citizen is quickly becoming the destination dev. So they're going to be fighting to get out of other places to get into CIG.
Yeah. All the studios within CIG are growing. It's just the UK one is growing the most by percentage, but they're all growing. And so if we even take the conservative estimate based off of what they only told us about the UK studio of them doubling in size from where they were last year, and we already know how much ship production they've done in the last 8 years from when they basically got started with things like the because the Bengal we have now is not the Bengal they showed off in 2012. They basically started all over. Yeah.
Ooh, man, did they start over.
Yeah, the Idris was just a 2D drawing at that point. The Javelin didn't even exist.
Did they start in 2016? Do you know when they started over?
Oh, with the ship production, not the ship production isn't that is farther back than that, but
Okay.
yeah, the overall concept adjusted in 2015. But all this is meant to lay out why the simple, John Crew said 12 to 18 months. You multiply that by
for a
10
specific
capital
ship.
Ships. Yeah, for a very specific ship that doesn't have a lot of design language yet for it, which we're getting soon with the Galaxy. If leaks,
Which is a smaller ship, it'll take less time.
Yeah. It is not simple table napkin math to try to say, there's 10 ships that need to be done. It takes 12 to 18 months to make a capital ship, so therefore it must take 10 to 12 years to get that done. That's not how flight time and throughput works. We explained why that's only a portion of their ship development team. We explained why that's only talking about a portion of that team working for those 12 to 18 months. It's people coming and going out of that vehicle sprint. We explained why they've already made a way more ship than that prior to this point already. We just don't have access to it. We just can't see it yet. We get hints and tidbits, but we know it's there. And we know that CIG is growing by leaps and bounds. So there is absolutely zero reason to believe the estimates that people are coming up with of a decade plus to get caught up on the ship backlog. There's no reason. With the gameplay coming online, removing the obstructions that John Crew was telling us about just in the last couple clips we've watched, where Gen 12 and Vulcan are going to be out of the way. So, and with those out of the way, they can get the ship interior culling done. So that way it doesn't tank your frames. So that obstacle is going to be out of the way. Resource management, go look at the progress tracker right now. They are balls to the wall on resource management right now. And a lot of the ships have been built in the last 4 or 5 years with resource management in mind. So that way the refactor, in order to incorporate that system into those ships, is not nearly as heavy as people think. It isn't a giant refactor for every ship. The older
and it will be
ships
mostly
will
done by March.
Yeah. The older ships will take more work to refactor to bring it in. But the majority of the ships have been since 2018 and don't require a ton of work to bring them up to that standard. That's being done. They're working on the damage gameplay. They're working on server meshing so that way we get higher player counts and more NPCs, so we have targets for those combat related ships. And eventually they're going to get to the gameplay for the civilian ships as well. But like John said, there's no reason to make the Pioneer. There's no reason to make the Orion, the whole D, whole E, even, the whole C is done, but we don't have the gameplay for it. They'll make those ships. They'll go into production as they're getting closer to releasing the gameplay for them. It is absolutely ludicrous to think that just because we don't know exactly what the plan is, that there isn't a plan. This is a giant company with a whole bunch of people, and John Crew, his whole job, he's the vehicle pipeline director. He manages this for all the vehicles that need to get made, and he manages it based off of the priorities associated with the gameplay and the mechanics and the actual engine supporting those vehicles. But yeah, getting through this backlog is not going to take 10, 12 years. I don't think it'll even take 6 to 8 years.
Nope. I was about to say if tech wasn't the issue, they could get through it in 5. Easy.
Yeah. Yep. And a lot of people will be like, "Oh, you're just a white knight." And it's like, no, I read the information. I go through the entire quote. I put things into context. I take all the bits and pieces of information that are part of what this equation should be, because this is not third grade math. 10 times 12 must equal 120. 10 times 12 must equal 12 years. That's 10 years, 12 years. This is not a third grade math problem. There's this is a multifactorial, a complex thing, and you have to look at all the factors that go into that. And that's what we were just trying to illustrate as to why they haven't built these ships already, what ships they've produced already to demonstrate what their actual throughput is like and has been like over the last 8 years. Because all the Squadron 42 ships is not including all the things that we already have. They have accomplished so much, but we don't. We take it for granted because all we see are these guys. The ships that are released.
And I just want to point this out, just because it is kind of also a good words. What are the words? Barometer? Not barometer. That's the wrong. How much people actually care about this backlog. We have dwarfed every month previous years. We, the company, whatever. CIG has dwarfed every month in previous years for funding. They have released more concept sales all year, and they haven't changed. They haven't done a ton of work, ton of ships. They've released more new ships this year that weren't on there, and yet we're first time in the entire 10 years of development, over 100 million made in 1 year, and we still have to go. So people are still going to buy ships. This game's still going to be going well. Like, it's people whining, complaining, throwing themselves on the floor in a puddle of their own tears over this backlog is ridiculous, and it's not indicative of the game's health at all. The game is doing much better than it's ever had before, and will continue to get better. The only way that this fails right now is they stop working on it. Even like if heads were to leave, it could still coast, and then they find new heads. Like there have been so many systems that they've talked about, systems in place in the company to make sure that everyone has their authority over what they are doing. So they have enough money to finish the game, and they have more money on top of that. So the game is going to keep getting more stuff in it. So once they have the ball rolling for stuff that we have, they'll make more tracks for more balls to roll. So we have not only the Endeavor gameplay, but also whatever comes next, city gameplay. Maybe we'll have like a city street ability if the game gets well funded enough. Like they'll map out all the streets. Who knows? This Star Citizen has done something everyone was scared to do, and they made it the most funded, longest developed, most highest detailed at the largest scale game. Not any one of those things, but all of those things. So it's an experiment that has gone so right. And complaining that they're not building your digital spaceships fast enough is an interesting take to have. It's a very interesting take to have. Also, like, as we've been talking about, it's not going to take them 10 years. Remember, they built the Aurora the original Aurora with like 30 people in the company, and not all 30 people were working on that spaceship. A lot of them were working on the engine and the planet tech and the graphics and all this other stuff. So like, 5 people built the Aurora and the Constellation and the original Tally. We now have near, if not, what was the head count end of last year? Was there over 1,000 yet?
Well, no, there was a quote earlier this year where one of the people at CIG said, I think it was Jake said 870 people at CIG
870
in the last couple months.
Love hearing these. 2071 will be Star Citizen release date or something. The problem is nobody can actually give you a definite answer because it's mostly feel and opinion at this point. But Star Citizen is released. People play it. Thousands of people play it every day.
The biggest issue is the ships on the top half up here that were concepted before the game changed drastically. Because, take the Idris off the equation, take the, Idris here, the Javelin, the Retaliator, Lynx is in production, you're left with, and take the hulls off because the hull C is done and it will not, done for all intents and purposes. And so making the BDE is not a big deal. Polaris is reconcept finished. So just waiting for production time. So not a big deal. So you're left with the Merchantman, the Orion, the Crucible, Endeavor, and Genesis. None of these ships have gameplay.
BD is just scaling up. Yeah.
None
the B is a scaled down C and a scaled up A, which they already have probably 50% of the Geo done. Because just taking parts from those 2 ships. D is more C. And then once you have D, you can just have more to make the E. There is a little bit of Geo you have to make, not just scale drag, because the windows have to be similar size, the chairs have to be similar size. So there is a little more Geo, but you can take bits. They don't just make ship. They make a corridor ring, or a staircase, a floor texture, a wall piece, a seat. And those things, that's what they use to get them. I don't think I'd ever need something as big as an E. I want to fly an E because the E is going to be the thing that you track across the entire empire to deliver things. It's pick up stuff, let's say Stanton, and deliver it to Seoul. That's what the E's for.
Without the other. So we just went through the concepts, the status of each one of these ships, and with each one of these ships, we talked about what okay, this is the information of what a lot of them, why they were going to be in production and then they weren't, and so almost I can't literally almost every single one of these ships has a very good reason why it hasn't been put into production yet. And the least of them is that it doesn't add anything to the game, so why would we work on it? The capital ships, we know why the capital ships, they either don't have the gameplay, they don't have the function, the servers and the engine won't support them just yet. We're almost there. Lynx going into production, the Santa Kai going into production. The SRV is in production. The Spirit is in production. We don't have refining gameplay, so why work on the Expanse? We don't have refining, it's every single one of these. You can go down through here and be like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a good reason why they haven't prioritized this.
So Blood Tide, they already have made a ship with an inboard tram. It's the Bengal. They have it already. They've done it already. Tech is done for onboard tram.
The only things that
no problem
they could easily work on and are filler ships, which John Crew talked about this as we were talking this evening. There are fillers, and those are the only ones that don't have a legitimate hard reason of why they haven't been worked on. It's only that, okay, we haven't had the filler space to work on it. Well, the X1 is on the progress tracker. The G12 will probably end up as a filler soon. They've got to work on the two-wheeled vehicle physics, for the Ranger. But those are all fillers.
And UTV.
UTV is a filler. The PTV.
And
gold
we've
standard.
gotten a good amount of filler ships this year.
Yeah. And the Spirit is getting worked on. So.
What was the latest on that? Ships spawning ships.
Oh.
That was much sooner than the Kraken.
Yeah.
That was like carrot.
They have mentioned that
on and off.
In on and off, and that's actually a really good question for us to look into for a Spectrum Pulse.
Nice.
Or at least a SITREP or something like that.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Yeah. So people should not be so down on how many ships we have and be more down on why aren't they getting the tech in?
Yeah.
Even though they shouldn't not be down on that, because the amount of tech they're getting in on the scale they're doing it is unprecedented.
Yeah. If you go back and look at the tech blockers and the gameplay blockers, you can see that they're working on those things and they're well into production, and we are far closer to the end than we are the beginning on each of the tech blockers, on each of the gameplay blockers. Yeah. So yeah, I hope everyone has found this diatribe on the vehicle pipeline and why the estimates of how long it will take to get through the vehicle backlog are likely to be wildly off base.
Yeah, not to mention there's a lot more ships. I wouldn't be surprised if there were twice as many ships as this photo had.
Oh yeah, the amount of ships that they have planned. There's probably a ton more that are already concepted that they're just drip feeding. But
we have like the leaked ones that you saw. We have the Mule Crane. We have the enemy ships that they worked on, which we know there's a Freelancer, a Cutlass, and something else.
They've probably gone through the design briefs of countless ships.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we have this, and this idea. We'll come back and concept them.
Mule Giraffe.
And that's what the vehicle concept.
Wouldn't it just be Giraffe?
Sorry, going through.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope.
Yeah, these are just the concept they've released.
Yeah, it's midnight here for me, and I have to be up early with my son, and it's 2 a.m. for you. So we'll wrap this up, but I hope you guys found this informative. I know that we kind of rambled a little bit on this last segment, but I hope that the information that we presented provided some good context, so that way when you see these things out in the community, you're like, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's so far off base. And the information, the links will be in the show notes, so that way you can go back and listen to these quotes, and share them with people, so that way when they they quote the thing, 12 to 18 months, no, that's not what that says. Here's what it says. Here's what it actually says. No, that's not why they're not working on this ship. Here's what John Crew actually said for why they're not working on these ships, why they're not working on the capital ships. There's a whole bunch of different things, and I hope we've been able to shed a little light and put these things into better context. I think that everybody who's here is probably a bit more on the level-headed side of the spectrum, except for maybe Blizzrad. You should see the things that he posts about Tavarin in my Discord.
I don't want to. I don't want to know what anyone Tavarin. I am so scared of the human race.
He's a bloody madman. But yeah, we've got 10 people hanging out with us, and I just want to say thank you guys for joining us this evening and hanging out with Nazeris and I.
Do you think we should shoot for next Tuesday?
Oh, calendar. Here, hold on. I need to open up. We'll put this over.
Oh, my phone's dead. I can't even look.
So, Gmail, before we sign off.
Nope.
Next Tuesday is actually probably pretty good for me. If you want to do it. Oh, is today Wednesday?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Wednesday now because we've been going
Yeah.
for so long. We started on
Yes.
Tuesday.
Yes.
Man. Yeah, Tuesday actually probably works pretty good for me because my wife is working during the day. So we can get started after I've put Junior to bed. Blah.
Well, days are weird.
Yeah. But yeah, we got another sub. We reached our $200 goal for stackup.org. We shared a lot of good information. This has been
went
our
for 4
longest
hours.
episode, I think, but it'll be good because when we break up these segments, they'll probably each be like an hour and a half
30,
or
40
so.
minutes, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks again. And Nasus, do you have anything to add before you sign us off?
I am trying to make YouTube more of a job. So
say
I
we all.
assume much more of a job. I would like nothing more than to not work at the current job I have through the next holiday season. I am not doing well mentally when I go to work, so that's my plan, is to make YouTube work for me. With that said, I am implementing more videos onto my channel, finishing up the projects I have now, and I will be doing Space Engineers mod showcases every week. I'll be doing a Let's Play series in Space Engineers. I still have a build series going, and we'll be getting back to Star Citizen Atomic videos. It's going to start out much like Minion Soldier does his, hopefully with a bit more the videos in the background instead of random captured gameplay, and much more how Newifier and Board does theirs with the videos in the background. So that's the plan. I think I have plenty of stuff to work with for Star Citizen. I'll go over all the panels and the ships and give my opinions on those. So that is what's coming on my YouTube. I don't have a link for it, but I get it. So I'm just trying to waste time talking about absolutely nothing as I go and remember where exactly all of my stuff went. I don't have all of my stuff. I have to go find it. So there we go. Oh, I do. Oh, it's just YouTube at there. Yeah, that's the easy one. There you go. That's the link to it. If you guys are interested in Space Engineers and or Star Citizen stuff for video content, shorter, more opinionated stuff. Also, the mod showcase for this week actually has 3 different Star Citizen mods in it for Space Engineers. So that will be done by the end of the week, and I plan to have the next one out on Wednesday. Just so much stuff happened today. With OBS deciding it wasn't gonna do half the crap I wrote. It was fine. So that's what I got. Again, I like to see a lot of people here. It's really fun to interact with you guys. It really livens up the show. So thanks so much for showing up. That's what I got.
Sweet. Well, thanks again, and yeah, let's call it a night. Nazareth, do your thing, bud.
All right. Thank you again, everyone, for showing up. It means a lot to us, and it makes our job so much more. And I hope that we not only entertained, but and didn't rant too much. If you guys think we ranted too much, you know where to find us and yell at us. Those in the comments, please post a comment, like it. Thank you everyone for coming. It's been fun. Good night, and be kind.